Hey guys. You are watching your anime world, how are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see third part what if Deku's quirk turned him into a rabbit girl. Here is short summary. During the entrance exam, Izuku discovers that he does have a quirk. One that turns him into a rabbit girl. How will this affect his hero career? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Izuku wasn't sure how he found strength to be productive that evening. Even after all the crying and feeling emotionally drained, Izuku had still gone to All Might to train, just like the previous weekend. Of course, All Might could tell a lot had happened that morning. You sure you are all right, kid? A skeletal All Might asked with a worried frown. Yes, said Izuku with a shy smile. All Might didn't need to say it. Izuku knew his eyes were red with crying and he looked awful. Still, Izuku needed to train, if only to distract himself. He needed to regain some semblance of normalcy, even if it was actually learning with the number one hero in the same fighting room as the previous weekend. I am fine, All Might, insisted Izuku. All Might, though, wasn't convinced. Izuku heard a loud poof and, all of a sudden, the muscular All Might was there, giving his trademark laugh. So, All Might said with his wide grin and enthusiasm. Are you ready to continue, young Midoriya? Izuku grinned and nodded. Then allow me to show you a special move, All Might said. Izuku's eyes lit up. He looked visibly excited by that. As it will happen, both in this form and your rabbit form, there will be villains with far bigger frame and mass. That's why you need to learn how to perform. All Might paused for a dramatic effect, a throw. Izuku stood there, blinking at his mentor. Huh, Izuku asked. A throw. Come on, young Midoriya, you must have heard about it. All Might stated. Yes, but, a throw. That's the move you wanted to teach me? Izuku asked. For someone who defeated most villains with one punch, it was hard to imagine All Might ever needing to use such a move. Heck, All Might didn't even need to kick. Why yes, All Might said, undeterred. It might sound easy, but without a proper training partner, you might not learn the basics. You can scoff or laugh at how simple such a move is, but you never know when it will save your life. Alright, Izuku said, slowly nodding. The trick, my boy, is to use your opponent's momentum and own size against them. Of course, it requires perfect timing as well. All Might said. Those who have great strength might deliver quite a punch, but on the other hand produce one hell of an inertia. But enough of that. Now, punch me. Izuku stared as All Might deflated to his skeletal form and stood with his arms spread wide, as if begging to be hurt. Come on, kid, punch me, demanded All Might. I don't know if you should risk it in that form, Izuku said. What's the problem? I just have a few missing organs. I am not that frail, said All Might. You cough blood all the time, Izuku remarked. Details. Are you going to punch me or not? All Might huffed. Izuku remained apprehensive. However, he was growing curious as well. Hesitantly, he reared a fist and delivered a punch. He was not surprised when All Might merely dodged it, looking disappointed at Izuku. Come on, kid, just punch me. Think that I am a villain, All Might insisted. I can't, Izuku said. You look so. All Might sighed, only to buff up. Better, young Midoriya, said All Might in his hero form. Izuku nodded and, this time, he didn't hold back. He reared an arm and delivered a much stronger punch. What followed happened so quickly, Izuku had to lie there, stamped against the floor, trying to recall the exact series of events that led to such a compromising position. First, All Might had reverted to his skeletal and frail form at the last second. He sidestepped Izuku in an instant and, turning around, managed to catch Izuku's punching arm over his shoulder, leaving Izuku facing his back. Then All Might proceeded to send the young boy flying, straight to a padded wall. How did you do that? Izuku asked. What do you think I am? All bones, huffed All Might, only to pause. Don't answer that. Izuku got up and replayed what had happened in his mind. All Might had never struck him as that capable. You should look at your face, young Midoriya. That was a well-executed throw. I hope it was made clear that this old man still has some fire in him, All Might laughed. Alright, let us do this slowly this time around. Trust me, you will thank me when you face a taller and larger enemy, especially with a clumsy technique. Wait, why do you know how to do that? I mean, you are huge. Izuku pointed out. All Might could only laugh more. I was not always this big, young Midoriya. All Might explained, grin still in place. I was once not far from your height. Here, All Might's smile got even wider as his eyes shone with mischief. I am hurt, young Midoriya. I thought you were my #1 fan and you knew this sort of thing. I am, insisted a panicking Izuku. It's just that, it is so easy to forget you were normal. All Might broke into a cough fit and reverted to his Toshinori form at that. Normal, exclaimed an indignant All Might. Sorry, I mean that, well, you weren't this super buffed hero during your UA days, Izuku chuckled. You kind of returned from USA like you look now and, well, it is easy to forget what you used to look like. That's when Izuku paused, a question he used to have back before he met All Might popped into his mind. Say, All Might, how did you end up like that? And how did it take you a couple of years abroad to achieve it? Izuku inquired. Simple, kid. It's because I finished mastering One for All thanks to my good friend David Shield, confessed All Might. It is only thanks to his scanning devices and special gear I even managed to get this massive muscular form, which is a direct result of using One for All at its maximum across my body. Trust me when I tell you, that was not a comfortable thing to achieve. Wait, across his entire body? Izuku blinked. He glanced at his scarred arm only to frown and start thinking about what All Might had just said. Is that even possible? All this time I was only drawing One for All to specific body parts, like my arm, or my legs as Izumi. The #1 hero, though, didn't notice his apprentice lost in thought, softly mumbling to himself. As if to make a point, he exploded back to his All Might form and started flexing his arms. It wasn't easy, but having a good friend to cheer you on can make you do wonders, All Might said. Izuku, broken out of his reverie, grimaced at that and looked down, ashamed. All Might shrunk back to being Toshinori Yagi and placed a comforting hand on the young man. He didn't need to read minds or even ask to know what the boy was thinking. He had, after all, been in a similar position back during his UA days. You were pondering whether to tell your friend about your shape-shifting ability, aren't you, kid? All Might asked. Izuku gave a sad, pained smile and nodded. She deserves to know. I don't want to hide it from her anymore, Izuku said. What do you think I should do? All Might hummed, stroking his chin. I don't know what to say, kid, All Might said. Once you share the truth, there is no going back. In any case, no matter your choice, I have your back. Thanks, All Might, said Izuku. Now, let's get back to training. All Might exclaimed, exploded in his muscular form. This time, I'll do the punching. Izuku's eyes widened and he shrunk. You are going to what now? All Might's already shining eyes caught a mischievous glint to them. Why, I am teaching you how to deal with foes my size and weight. Now prepare yourself, young Midoriya. Needless to say, for the rest of his training, Izuku didn't get the chance to ponder on what All Might had said regarding using One for All across his entire body. He had to survive the training session, after all. When Ochako received a message from Izumi to meet at the dorm's roof that night, she was a tad shocked. Why did Izumi want to talk to her? And why all of the secrecy? Of course, Ochako's mind played all sorts of scenarios, each one more embarrassing than the next. From Izumi wanting to just hang out, to the rabbit girl confessing her love to Ochako, each scenario made Ochako's face burn brighter. It sure didn't help that day's teasing by Maruko. Ochako still couldn't believe she managed to talk matters such as her crush on Izumi with the rabbit hero. When the brunette left her room, she did so with some trepidation. Ochako wouldn't deny she was anxious, and rather tired after that day's workout. She was a tad surprised Izumi had somehow managed to get access to the roof, and that the door had been left unlocked. Ochako tentatively climbed a flight of stairs. Each step caused pain to shoot across her sore muscles, reminding her that had spent one hell of a day with Maruko. The roof itself wasn't that amazing, being mostly a flat area with metal railing. It did have a nice view of the school grounds and the nearby dorms, but there was little to actually see. Well, aside from the stars. It was a beautiful starry night. A very romantic night, Ochako casually thought. She squeaked and blushed, realizing what she had just thought. Her imagination played some of the scenarios she had come up with before. Could Izumi want to confess to me? Ochako wondered for the umpteenth time. She panicked at the mere thought of such possibility. What am I supposed to do? Confess back. Tell her we should focus on our hero careers. Or. Speaking of which, Ochako was broken out of her thoughts by the sounds of grunting. Her eyes snapped to a side, where none other than Izumi, clad in baggy and perhaps oversized clothing, was doing something. The rabbit girl was gritting her teeth and fists clenched, all while concentrating. All of a sudden, Izumi grunted and Ochako's widened as small bolts of lightning danced around the girl's fur. Bright veins momentarily glowed on Izumi's body, only to disappear alongside the bolts. Ochako couldn't help but smile at the sight. Leave it to Izumi to kill time with training. To think she too had spent most of her day training. Izumi was about to continue whatever she was up to, only for one of her ears to perk up and angle toward Ochako. Izumi turned towards the roof entrance and smiled. Ochako, Izumi called, grinning. Hey, replied the brunette, casually approaching her friend. While she smiled and looked somewhat calm, deep down she was having a hard time keeping her composure. Come on, Ochako, this isn't what you think, Ochako told herself. Sorry I called you to talk like this, Izumi said with a sheepish smile. I just wanted to tell that, Oh God, could it be? Could she have feelings for me? Ochako stiffened, worried, yet her heart raced with anticipation. Look, Ochako, there's something you should know, said Izumi. She shuffled on her feet, nervous, only to add, about me. Ochako blinked, and her shoulders deflated. Why did she feel so disappointed? Oh, your secret identity, Ochako said. She froze. This isn't because of the whole article thingy, is it? You don't have to worry, Izumi. I've told you before, I trust you and believe. I know, Izumi cut in with a sad smile. That's why I think you should know. You deserve to hear the whole truth. Ochako just stared, unsure. Did she want to know who Izumi truly was? Perhaps her real name. It shouldn't really change anything, right? Yet the way Izumi was acting, it didn't bode well. It was as if her secret identity meant a lot more than a mere surname. Perhaps her backstory was tragic or awful, perhaps embarrassing. I wasn't always like this, Izumi gestured to herself. My real name is Izuku. Or, well, it is one of my names now, I guess. Izuku, whispered Ochako, frowning. The name gave her an odd taste in her tongue, a sense of familiarity that baffled her. Wait, wasn't that the name of that boy that Bakugo bullied? Yes, nodded Izumi. That's why I knew him all along. I am that boy. Ochako opened her mouth, only to shut it and frown at the rabbit girl. She was confused. No, scratch that, she was lost. Oh, so you are Ochako stared, wide-eyed. You are one of those, you are a transual. What? No, Izumi squawked. No, she slapped her face. I think I went about this the wrong way. I am Izuku, but I am also Izumi because, Ochako asked, stepping closer to Izumi. Slowly said Izumi, only to slump her shoulder. Ochako waited for a response, but Izumi stared at the floor, despondent. I can't do this, said Izumi. I don't. She glanced at the brunette, and Ochako felt her heart painfully squeeze in her chest. Izumi's amethyst's eyes were filled with hurt and sadness. Hey, Ochako softly said, stepping close to Izumi. She took her hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze. You know, if you don't want to tell me, you don't have to, all right? No, I have to. I don't want to lie to you, or at least, I want you to be, aware of all of it, said Izumi. Are you afraid all Reject you? Asked Ochako. Izumi, I'd never do that. I like why I mean, I am your friend, right? I won't just abandon you. I know that, but Izumi pried her hand from Ochako and turned towards the railing. Ochako stood there, feeling rather bewildered. She could only watch as Izumi's ears remained dropped, clearly distraught by the entire situation. All my life, I have been treated like I wasn't worth anything, Izumi said. I thought I had a friend once, but I was a bit of a fool. Bakugo, right? Ochako guessed with a sad smile. Yes, I kind of admired him back then, but afterwards, I don't know, got too desperate for things to go back before I was diagnosed as quirkless, Izumi said. Ochako's jaw dropped. But how? She wondered. How could anyone look at Izumi and claim she was quirkless? Wait, she said she used to go by the name Izuku. Did that mean that back then he, looked normal? Alright, this was getting beyond confusing. I wanted to be a hero so badly, it hurt when I was told that I wouldn't even have a power to call my own, Izumi recounted. I don't know why, but I clung to that dream, even if deep down I knew it was impossible. Maybe it was stubbornness, maybe it was denial, but I couldn't let it go, and just like I would watch Bakugo and admire him, daydreaming about becoming as good as him in so many things. I watched heroes, wishing I could be like them. That's all I could do. Watch. Silence. Ochako listened, feeling awful by just hearing that pained tone on Izumi's voice. I was called a creep, useless, pathetic. I guess being called a nerd isn't so bad in comparison, but it stung, said Izumi. She offered a small dejected smile. Some people out there have it worse, you know. And here I am, whining about name calling. Ochako rested a hand on Izumi's shoulders. You had it bad regardless, she said, trying to give a comforting smile to her friend. Yes, some people have it worse, doesn't mean you didn't go through a rough time, right? I guess, mumbled an unconvinced Izumi. There was a moment of silence which Ochako used to give Izumi's shoulder another squeeze of reassurance. Izumi looked into her eyes and, for a few seconds, they just stared at each other. When she pried her eyes from Ochako's, Izumi appeared to have found the strength to continue. I never had a friend. Heck, for the most part one barely had decent classmates. I was the butt of jokes, the outcast, and it only got worse from there. The less I felt I fit, the more obsessed I got with heroes, and the worse they got. But then something happened, Izumi recounted. The day of the entrance exam came and I suddenly manifested a quirk. It was a unique quirk that turned my world upside down. Thanks to that quirk, I got a fresh start. I could take an entire new personality. I got on the right foot with my classmates, my childhood bully didn't recognize me, and I made a friend. That quirk. She took a deep breath. That quirk was the power to change from a boy to a rabbit girl, said Izuku. Ochako had guessed as much after Izumi's initial confession, yet now that she said it, it finally sunk. Ochako stared, unable to react. So many thoughts and feelings churned in her, she felt suddenly numb to it all. Izumi gave her one last sad smile before she changed. Ochako could only watch in silent horror as the rabbit girl she had a crush on slowly stretched and grew. Her once small, adorable body started filling outwards with muscle and the once oversized clothes suddenly fitted. Those beautiful amethyst eyes blurred into gleaming emerald ones and, before Ochako knew it, Izumi was no more. There, standing in front of Ochako, was a rather plain-looking boy, with freckles, messy dark green hair and lopsided smile. So, yeah, Izuku kept his eyes down, ashamed. I'm sorry. Oh God, this can't be happening, thought Ochako. Izumi is also a boy. What in the world am I supposed to do now? So Izumi is a lie, Ochako said, trying not to sound distraught by the revelation. No, Izuku firmly said, still unwilling to look at Ochako's eyes. We are both one and at the same time too. It's complicated. He glanced at Ochako, only to grimace and look away. We have one body but we are a bit different in personality. Still, it is one person. Ochako slowly nodded. She still felt utterly thunderstruck by the revelation. So, Ochako looked down. Izuku sighed and grimaced once again. Ochako winced as the boy's shoulders slumped. Even without saying a word, She could tell he already felt rejected. Guilt swelled in Ochako's gut, as well as shame. Izuku has gone through enough, Ochako reminded herself. Besides, he might look and be different, but he is also Izumi. She nodded, a smile forming on her face. Ochako knew what she had to do. Right, Ochako said. Suddenly, she took a deep breath and offered a hand. Izuku blinked, confused. He eyed the hand only to frown at the brunette. I guess we have to properly introduce ourselves, right? Ochako said, rubbing her neck with embarrassment. I am Ochako Uraraka, nice to meet you. Izuku looked at the hand for a while before tentatively reaching towards it. A shy smile appeared on his face. Ochako, seeing his hesitation, took his hand and squeezed it reassuringly. Perhaps it was the sudden twist of events, or maybe the ridiculousness of it all, but Ochako found herself laughing. I don't bite, silly, she said. All right, stammered Izuku, blushing. I am Izuku Midoriya. And nice to meet you too. And with that, the two friends laughed, oblivious to the world outside. It was a peaceful, quiet Sunday morning in UA. Students were doing their own thing, either sleeping or starting their day. A few of the more driven students were already up and about, working out and preparing for the upcoming sports festival. On Ground Omega, however, there was only chaos. Jumping from tree to tree, blurs of movements shot across the forest area. It was pure mayhem, a battle of speed unlike anything anyone had ever seen. Trees were shaken as blurs would smack or kick against them, never stopping for long, before racing onwards in an unending cycle of disorder and noise. Those blurs were none other than Maruko and Izumi in a frenzied and more violent version of tag. Too slow, shouted Maruko, finally catching up to the rabbit girl. Izumi raised her forearms only to be sent flying backwards by a kick. She went straight to a tree, managing to hit it with her feet. However, before she could jump away, Maruko appeared before her, leg ready for a second hit. There was a deafening crashing sounding. Maruko looked at the tree in front of her, confused. Her leg had buried into it, and her target was nowhere to be seen. All of a sudden, there was a flash of light. From the corner of her eyes, Maruko saw what appeared to be living lightning jumping between the trees. The tables had turned. Who's slow now? Izumi shouted with a grin of satisfaction. The little bunny girl shot towards Maruko. This time, Izumi felt like she could finally do it, land a hit on the pro hero. Maruko was exposed and surprised. This was it. As it so happened, however, Izumi underestimated Maruko. The pro hero smirked and braced for the kick. Izumi, her body washed in bolts of lightning, attacked and froze midair, with Maruko holding her leg. Izumi could only watch with dawning horror as Maruko's smile stretched to a grin, a smile that promised swift retaliation. Sorry, Lil Bunny, but you lost. And that's how Izumi found herself with her face planted on the ground, and with Maruko holding her in a tight immobilizing lock. Ouch, 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 I give up. Izumi squeaked. Maruko laughed and got off the rabbit girl, helping Izumi to her feet. I was so close, beeped Izumi. You did great, Lil Bunny, Maruko said, wrapping an arm around the rabbit girl and rubbing her knuckles on Izumi's head. What in the world was that last bit? It didn't look like your usual power-up. Maruko released Izumi, who proceeded to caress her head. Oh, that's new actually, Izumi said. I call it full cowl. I have to learn to control it, though. Full cowl, huh, Maruko mused. Well, keep at it, Lil Bunny, and you might actually win one of these days, maybe in 10 years or more. Izumi scowled. Don't give me that. Where's your determination, Lil Bunny? Maruko said, playfully pushing the little rabbit. Hey, protested Izumi. The rabbit girl laughed, and nudged the pro hero. Maruko responded with a nudge of her own, which escalated with Izumi shoving the rabbit hero. She immediately started running, and thus a new chase begun around Ground Omega. A few minutes later, Maruko was once again with a foot stomping on the rabbit girl and looking triumphant. You know, you look a lot livelier today, Maruko hummed, as she helped Izumi up. She smirked. Could it be that, oh, did my niece find a girlfriend? What? No, squeaked Izumi. And I am your cousin, not your niece. Nah. I prefer niece, Maruko said, once again rubbing her knuckles on Izumi's head. So, what gives? Did you and Infinity Girl have some fun last night? No, nothing like that, Izumi spluttered. She stepped away, free from Maruko's grasp. I told her about my quirk, the whole boy to rabbit girl thingy. Maruko's eyebrows shot up across her forehead. Oh, you did, and how did she react? She asked, only to frown. She didn't say anything stupid, did she? Because if she did then all. No, that's the thing, she kind of accept me. Izumi exclaimed. That's great, kiddo. Maruko scratched Izumi's fur, right under an ear. Izumi immediately reacted by leaning against her hand and enjoying the scratching. Boy did it feel divine. Our friendship feels a bit awkward, but that's kind of expected, right? Izumi said, reluctantly moving away from Maruko's hand. I guess, shrugged Maruko, only to impishly smirk as she continued. And you didn't confess your little crush on her. No. Izumi squawked. So you do have a crush on her. Maruko grinned as if Christmas had come early. Ha, couldn't get any better. Izumi pulled her ears in frustration. It's not like that, protested Izumi. Right, sure. Maruko rolled her eyes, patting the girl's head. There was a loud beeping from behind a tree. Maruko hopped over to it, and revealed a hidden backpack. She pulled a cell phone from within, and swore. Sorry to break your bubble of joy, Lil Bunny, but someone came to see you, Maruko muttered. See me? Izumi asked, blinking. Maruko sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. Yeah, Gramps, Maruko said. Irami's eyes bulged, promising to pop out from their sockets, and her breath hitched. Unfortunately, he might have dragged a few others of my family, said Maruko. Izumi wasn't sure what to say. What could she say? She hadn't expected to meet that side of her family yet. Couldn't they have given her some preparation? Come on, Lil Bunny, off to meet the family. Maruko exclaimed. Before the rabbit girl could do or say anything, the pro-hero picked her under her arm and shot off. Izumi held onto Maruko as she sped across the grounds, taking immense leaps, over trees and buildings alike. Finally, they landed outside an apartment complex. Maruko didn't release the rabbit girl, however. She rushed inside, up a flight of stairs jumping on the walls, and straight into one of the apartments. They were being expected by someone Izumi had yet to meet. It was a redhead of a man, with a mischievous glint in his bright green eyes and crimson fur on his fox ears and tail. His green Hawaiian shirt and loose tie did little to quell Izumi's confusion at the person's presence. Just who was he, and what was up with the choker and bandages around his wrists? Z, where are they? Asked Maruko, finally letting go of Izumi. At the entrance, with the principal, Z said. The man's eyes landed on Izumi and a smile stretched on his face. To Izumi's immense shock, the man's form shrunk a bit and his torso morphed. In one smooth transition, the fox man was replaced by an androgynous fox woman. You must be Izumi, she said, offering a hand. I've been meaning to meet with you for a time now. Izumi numbly nodded, shaking the hand. He has a quirk like mine. Why did no one tell me? Izumi thought. The possibilities and questions rushed across her mind. Perhaps she could even get some insight on how best use her form-changing ability. I am Maruko's secretary. Call me Z, she said. Okay. Awkwardly said Izumi. You are so adorable, you know that. Who'd Z? Yeah, I kind of get that a lot, mused Izumi. Do you know who he brought? Maruko interrupted, standing between the two. He didn't bring the entire family, did he? I am not sure, Z said, looking amused. Please, Fluff, it will be fine. You don't know him, muttered Maruko. That old buck is as stubborn as a mule, and 10 times as crazy. She grabbed Z by the shoulders and shook her a bit. I am done with scandals, Z. I do not want to hear any crazy news, you hear me? Izumi blinked, and the secretary changed forms. Again, the transition was surprisingly smooth and seamless. It made Izumi frown. Just how many forms did she have? Instead of a woman, Maruko held a fox toddler with oversized clothes. As much as it pained Izumi to admit it, it was a very adorable fox toddler. "Relax, Fluff," said the child. What's the worst that he could do? That was when the door to the apartment was slammed open. "Where is my granddaughter?" Izumi, Maruko and Z snapped their heads at the door. There, angrily puffing and huffing, was a petite rabbit man. He truly looked like a male version of Izumi, if only chubbier and with white fur mixed with gray. His eyes were also amethyst, albeit glistened with age and experience. Clad in an overalls, he looked as if he had come straight from a farm, which, considering who he was related to, Izumi wouldn't have been surprised if he had. My biological grandfather, Izumi realized. The rabbit man, who had just boldly kicked the door open, stood there, dumbfounded. Like Izumi, he stared in disbelief. "Dad, damn it, Dad!" From behind the rabbit man, a rabbit woman hopped into view, only to freeze much like her father. She was a replica of Izumi, if only older, and a bit fluffier. She did stick out with a colorful summer dress. My aunt, Izumi thought. Behind her newly met aunt, 3 other adults joined in. Differently from the rabbit people, they were human in appearance. One man and woman were like Maruko, with gray rabbit ears, and towering over the elder rabbit man. The third man actually had normal ears, and was the skinniest of the bunch. All of them had tanned skin, evidence of long days under the sun, and white hair, perhaps a trait inherited from their mother. "Pops," Maruko called, shocked. "Hey, Rumi, sorry for dropping in like this, but you know how Dad is," sheepishly said the man with rabbit ears. Maruko took a lot after him, by the looks of it, from the shape of the face to their height. He was rather muscular, yet he did look a bit out of shape. He too wore an overall much like his father. It made Izumi wonder if Maruko hadn't also come from the countryside. Izumi studied the newcomers, her heart racing like crazy. Her family. These were all related by blood to her one way or another, and she hadn't known until a few days ago. Like her family stared at Izumi, studying her from hind paws to rabbit ears. "Well, hello there," Z chirpily exclaimed, stepping in between the rabbit girl and Usugiyamas. "It is so good to see you all again. Do come in." The Usugiyamas did as told, stepping into the room. "Why in the world did you come here like this, old geezer?" asked Maruko. "Oi, respect your elder, you rascal," harumphed the old rabbit man. "And I came here to meet my granddaughter. How else was I supposed to react?" "By first giving a call to said granddaughter, maybe," retorted Maruko. "Bah, better this way," grunted the old man. He hopped forward, towards Izumi. The rabbit girl stood there, like a statue, as her newly discovered grandfather took a moment to study her up close. "Damn, you sure take after me, huh?" said the old man. Before Izumi could even formulate a coherent thought, the rabbit man hugged her tightly. Maruko and her uncles exchanged confused faces, shrugging at each other. "I can't believe I had yet another granddaughter running around all this time," said Izumi's grandfather. "Your parent, my child." "My mom," Izumi softly squeaked, having a hard time speaking. "And a daughter too," said the man with a weary sigh. "A real pity we've just met. I would have loved to have another daughter around at the farm." "What's her name?" "Inko," managed to say Izumi. "Inko," repeated the rabbit man. "Huh, not a bad name. You'll have to tell me how to find her." Izumi just nodded. "Oi, old geezer, aren't you going to introduce yourself?" Maruko snorted. "Have some respect, you runt," replied the old rabbit man. "Make me, old fossil," Maruko replied with a grin. "You spunky little troublemaker," harumphed the old man. Much to Izumi's surprise, he was smiling, and huffing with mock indignation. Maruko's uncles and aunts sighed with resignation. Her father, on the other hand, was biting his fist, trying to stop himself from laughing. "The name is Shin Usugiyama," said the old rabbit man. "And these are my children." And that's how Izumi met her uncles and aunts. Before they could speak, however, Z had to make yet another appearance. "All right everyone, here's some tea and cookies," exclaimed the secretary. This time around, though, she wasn't an androgynous woman. Instead, she was a rather well-developed female, one that made Izumi's eyes nearly pop out in surprise. She had not expected another woman form from Z, much less one with such well-endowed features. The pink apron with the words, "Kiss the cook," were an odd thing, however. "Don't mind her," muttered Maruko. "Slick here loves to play the housewife." "A girl can dream," giggled Z with faux embarrassment. "Seriously, you should have gotten hitched already," scoffed Shin. He gave Z an once-over. "She's quite a catch. When are you going to give me great-grandkids?" "Not gonna happen. Any day now." Maruko glared at an innocent-looking Z. "Mr. Yusugiyama," Izumi started, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. "Call me Grandpa, kid," corrected Shin. "Or old fossil," Maruko cheekily said. "Hush you," scoffed Shin. "Yes, Grandpa," awkwardly continued Izumi. It sounded so weird to call Shin that. "I'm sorry about what happened, how Mom came to be, I mean." "Oh, forget it, child," Shin huffed. "That's in the past. Yeah, I did not enjoy getting dead drunk and for two women to get their way with me when I get extra horny." "Dad," protested the other Yusugiyamas. "What? It happens. Geez, they all act as if they don't spend their time in a rut whenever someone isn't watching," harumphed Shin. "Dad," complained the adults once again. "Wah," shrugged the old man. Maruko, by the looks of it, was enjoying her grandfather's presence way more than Izumi had initially expected. "As I was saying," Shin cleared his throat, "I do not appreciate what your grandmother did. In fact, when I find her, and I will find her, I will give her a piece of my mind. She'll be lucky it has happened way too far ago to press criminal charges. However, you aren't at fault here, though. In fact, your mom, like you, are blessings, no matter the circumstances of her conception." Izumi smiled. She could only stand there, imagining what it would have been like had she known about the rest of her family. Would they have been more supportive of Izuku? Would they have been a source of comfort? Or would they have added to Izuku's pain? She hated to delve in the past, but she couldn't help pondering on the what-ifs. "So, how about we actually learn a bit about you? First, I guess I need to introduce some of my brood," Shin said. He wrapped an arm around Izumi and turned to her aunts and uncles. "All right, from left to right, they are." Sunday had been weird for Ochako. Heck, the Monday morning after was still just as weird. With Izumi gone to God knows where, Ochako was left to ponder on recent discoveries. Sadly, not even an entire day after could she make up her mind. How could she? As Ochako sat down by the kitchen, food around her, she kept going over that weekend's latest revelation. Izumi could turn into a boy. That little fact kept repeating and playing in Ochako's head that Monday morning. Although she smiled, she felt like her emotions were rampaging in her gut, making her queasy and discomforted. How was she even supposed to react? Disgusted? Amused? Perhaps not react at all. The girl I have a crush on also happens to be a boy, Ochako thought, only to groan. Why did I have to develop feelings for the most complicated individual in my class? As if summoned by Ochako's thoughts, Izumi hopped over to her side. Why did she have to look so damn cute so early in the morning? That happy smile and the way she hopped around didn't help Ochako with her current debacle. "Hey, Izumi," Ochako greeted. "Hey, Ochako," replied a rather cheerful Izumi. The rabbit girl, who hummed a merry tune, jumped onto her seat before giving her friend a bright smile. Ochako's heart fluttered and she smiled in response, feeling her blood burn hot. Even if she knew the truth of Izumi, Ochako couldn't stop crushing on the rabbit girl. The two fell into a silence as they piled food on their plates and got down to eating. They didn't talk, immersed in their own thoughts or perhaps with nothing to say. As it was the ways around the girls' dorm, things rarely stayed silent. If it isn't the two lovebirds. Ochako and Izumi couldn't help it. They spewed their food and started choking. Opposite them, peeking from the safety of the table and having barely dodged the spewed food, came a pink-skinned demoness. Her Cheshire grin made Ochako far more flustered than before. Mina," Ochako spluttered, trying to clear her throat. "What? It is true, isn't it?" teased Ashido. "I do have to ask, how you got access to the roof." "Were you spying me?" Izumi asked, shocked. "What? No, of course not," huffed Ashido. I just have set a few alarms to catch any boys trying to sneak in or out of the dorms. You know, motion sensors, hidden cameras. How in the world did you get all of that? Izumi asked, only to turn around. Standing not far from them, an embarrassed Yaoyorozu was twiddling her thumbs, timidly staring at the ceiling. There was a faint blush on her face. Sorry, Yaoyorozu said, averting Izumi's eyes. We just thought that we needed to put countermeasures against the likes of Mineta. You've bugged the dorms, Izumi squawked. Why didn't you tell us? Ochako asked, indignant. Where is the fun on that? Pouted Ashido. Behind them, a nervous Jiro cleared her throat. When Izumi and Ochako glanced at her, she was averting their eyes, embarrassed about something. If there is anything you want to tell us you know, can tell us, Jiro awkwardly said. We won't judge. Anything, Izumi and Ochako repeated, confused. What could they mean by that? Yes, we won't judge, Yaoyorozu repeated, equally embarrassed. The rabbit girl and brunette, though, were at a loss. Just what had they heard? Ochako wondered if they had actually seen or heard about Izuku. She found it unlikely. The girls would have overreacted had they known, right? Then what could they be alluding to? Wait, Mina had called them lovebirds, and she had discovered the two had been alone at night. Did they think that Izumi and she went to the roof to two? Ochako's face lit up. Oh God, what if they all think we are making out in private and that we are an item and, oh God. Mentally panicked Ochako. It wasn't like that. Ochako squeaked. So what did you do on the roof, huh? Ashido purred with a smirk. Go on, tells us. We are all open-minded here. Any secrets you want to share? We won't get mad, I swear. We'll tell you if anything comes up, Izumi mumbled. Oh, come on, pouted Ashido. Mina, enough of that, sighed Jiro. With another pout, Ashido grumbled and walked away. Izumi and Ochako were rather surprised by how easy it had been to dissuade Ashido from teasing them further. Jiro and Yaoyorozu shook their heads, but they had yet to meet Izumi and Ochako's eyes. There was something afoot, and Ochako had already guessed exactly what, or at least she hoped it was that. See you guys later, Jiro said, dragging Yaoyorozu with her. The rich girl looked conflicted about something as she was taken away, leaving two confused girls alone. Ochako and Izumi traded perplexed faces before shrugging and continuing with their meal. Thankfully, there were little to no distractions and, after finishing their breakfast, the two walked out the girls' dorm with a sense of unease. Is it just me or are the girls acting different? Izumi wondered, giving a cute frown. Her eyes widened and she turned to Ochako, horrified. Wait, Ashido said hidden cameras. Do you think that she saw your other face? Ochako said, looking around for any eavesdroppers. I don't think so. She would have said something, right? And so would have the other girls. They are acting different, though. I mean, Yaoyorozu didn't try to hug me today, Izumi pointed out. Well, yes, but I doubt Mina and Momo managed to put any bugs in the roof. It is usually locked, right? Ochako pointed out. They just think that why you see. Izumi tilted her head, one rabbit ear raised and the other dropped, in what was without doubt one of Izumi's most adorable faces, or maybe third. In Ochako's experience, Izumi's placid face when petted was the uncontested number one. They might think we, did stuff. Ochako said. Stuff as in, wait, Izumi's eyes widened. They think we made out or something. The two girls looked at each other, only to look away, flustered. It was already Monday and the week had already started on the wrong foot, apparently. Sadly, Ochako got the impression things were about to get worse for her friend. As it so happened, her gut feelings were proven correct. The way to the school was pretty decent, with a cool breeze and warm sun rays. Ochako always found their walks to school pleasant enough. That day, though, Ochako felt rather troubled. She kept glancing at Izumi, who remained worried about her little secret. The brunette wasn't sure how to deal with the latest discovery about Izumi. Izuku and Izumi, two faces for the same person. One was a timid plain-looking boy, the other a cute rabbit girl who was far livelier and, perhaps, bolder. Ochako had talked with Izuku for a while longer that night, and it felt like she was speaking to an entirely different person. It was so weird. Izumi's problems began when they approached the school proper. Students of all courses would stop to stare and whisper, openly pointing at Izumi. At first, no one approached them, keeping a weary distance from the pair. Of course, that wouldn't last. "Hey, is it true? Are you really All Might's daughter?" someone asked. "Hey, can I take a picture of you?" another person wondered. "Is Maruko your aunt?" inquired some random student. Izumi tried to stay polite. Ochako wasn't sure how she managed. She knew she would have been overwhelmed had she been in Izumi's shoes. However, they somehow endured the ordeal, and reached 1A without having to punch anyone. By that point, Izumi's smile had turned strained instead of nervous. As expected, no sooner had Izumi walked inside the class, some of the boys tried to surround her and shoot their own questions. By that point, an annoyed Izumi could only roll her eyes and reply with clear frustration. Yes, she was related to Maruko. No, she wasn't related to All Might, and no, she wasn't related to any other heroes as far as she knew. Luckily for Izumi, a certain someone was ready to put his foot down regarding all the questioning. "Enough. It is unbecoming of us to trouble a fellow classmate in such a manner," bellowed Iida. "Come on, man, we just want to know," said Siro. "Understandable. However, we must remain respectful. This is no doubt a hard time for our fellow class representative and, thus, we should all be supportive of her," proclaimed Iida. "Thanks, Iida," said Izumi. Iida gave a smile and a stiff thumbs up. Thankfully, most of her classmates took a hint and tried to treat her as usual. There were, unfortunately, two exceptions, Bakugo and Todoroki. Bakugo thankfully didn't approach Izumi to do his usual enraged barking. Instead, he fumed and glared at Izumi. Instead of recoiling or remaining hesitant, Izumi actually glared back at the boy. Whatever had happened on Friday, it had managed to drive the wedge between the two even wider. Ochako couldn't help but feel giddy about it. That was when a frigid cold teenager decided to stand next to Rabbit Girl. Izumi looked at Todoroki, frowning, with confusion and somewhat apprehensive. Greetings, Todoroki," Izumi shyly said. "Can I help you with anything?" "Is it true?" Todoroki coldly asked. Izumi sighed, exasperated. "How many times do I have to say it? I am not the daughter of All Might," insisted Izumi. "That's exactly what the daughter of All Might would claim," Todoroki rebutted, squinting his eyes at her. "Both your quirks are too similar to not be related, and it can't be coincidence he started teaching the same year you joined the school. There are undeniable similarities between the two of you." "There are," Ochako wondered. She studied her crush, trying to spot anything remotely resembling All Might. She was not surprised, nor disappointed, to find nothing like that. "Believe what you want, Todoroki," Izumi said. "I am not lying. I am not All Might's daughter." Todoroki remained there, squinting at Izumi. Ochako held her breath. Should she intervene and help Izumi? "It matters not," Todoroki finally concluded. "I will defeat you either way." The dichromatic teenager, much to Ochako's and Izumi's visible confusion, glared at his left hand. After a few seconds, he unceremoniously turned around and walked away without sparing another word. Izumi groaned and rested her head against her desk. "Why me?" she beeped. "Don't worry, Izumi. I am sure all this craziness will blow over," Ochako said. Izumi gave her a sad smile at her, one which the brunette eagerly returned. Things couldn't stay so crazy for long, right? Finally, their homeroom teacher made their appearance. At once, every single student of Class 1A fell silent and sat up straight. They stared dead ahead and waited for Aizawa to reach the teacher's desk. "Good morning," grumbled the teacher as grumpy and sleep-deprived as ever. "Good morning, sir," the class chorused. "Before I begin with roll call, I wanted to take a moment to remind you about tomorrow," Aizawa said, looking exhausted. "Remember, tomorrow we will begin rescue training at the USJ. We might return later than usual, perhaps past 6 o'clock. I am reminding you in case you had any reservations on battlegrounds or plans." "Why so late?" asked Kaminari. "The USJ is a large place, and we will make a quick tour and multiple exercises in each of the areas. You'll understand tomorrow. In the future we will adjust your training to each training zone. Tomorrow, however, we'll have a test that will no doubt consume most of our time. Another test. Class 1A groaned in unison. Yes, a test, Aizawa testily said. I expect all of you to behave and go plus ultra, or else. Or else, he will expel us, the class thought in unison, shivering with dread. Aizawa smirked and said no more, moving on to the roll call. After that, classes started without any fanfare and, finally, Ochako felt a sense of normalcy return. Although she wasn't exactly a fan of schoolwork, she was at least appreciative that Izumi appeared to immerse herself on that rather than all the chaos of school drama. Classes went by at a steady pace. However, nothing lasted forever and, soon enough, it was lunchtime. The weary students of 1A went to the cafeteria, eager to quell their hunger. It was when they entered the rather noisy place that the former sense of normalcy faltered. Students seemed far more excited and talkative. It was no surprise, really, given how the news of an alleged daughter of All Might was still causing ripples across Japan and would no doubt be the talk of every social circle for weeks to come. Izumi and Ochako joined the line to get some food from the school cook. As they did, a nervous Izumi kept glancing at the rest of the cafeteria, hidden behind the brunette. Ochako suddenly had an idea. Hey, how about we go eat somewhere else? She asked. Just the two of us. Her heart skipped a beat at that last bit. Somewhere else, frowned Izumi. Can we do that? Yeah, why not? Ochako replied. We'll need to ask Lunch Rush for something that isn't on a plate, though. We can't just demand different food, Izumi said. It doesn't hurt to try, right? Ochako countered with a smile. Izumi remained unsure, but when they made it to the front of the line, she tried anyway. Lunch Rush, is there any food I could take to eat elsewhere? Izumi politely asked. Whatever for. The hero cook wondered. You know about the whole article that come out last week. About being All Might's daughter and all that, Izumi said. Lunch Rush took a few things to understand what Izumi was alluding to and nodded. He glanced at Ochako and nodded once again, puffing up his chest with pride. Don't worry about that, I am not the finest cooking hero for nothing, said the cook. Within mere seconds, and in a blur of hands, he held a picnic basket for Izumi. The rabbit hero took it, unable to comprehend what had just happened. However, with the means of escape in their grasp, Izumi and Ochako left. The two found a secluded spot behind the gym and sat down, relieved to be far away from the other students. For a moment there it looked like a handful of students were going to follow them, but the pair managed to give them the slip. Hopefully none had actually managed to follow them there. In any case, they got down to eating. Somehow, Lunch Rush had managed to conjure delicious sandwiches for the two of them. A vegetarian one for Izumi with lettuce, carrots, tomatoes and cucumbers, and one with beef and meat for Ochako. Relishing on their meal, the two remained silent for a moment. Truly, Lunch Rush was one of the best heroes out there, in Ochako's humble opinion. As their hunger was abated, they started glancing at each other, feeling a strange awkwardness. They wanted to speak, yet it appeared neither was eager to be the first to break the silence between the two. Finally, Ochako took a deep breath and said the first thing to come to mind. It's a nice day, Ochako commented. Yeah, said Izumi. The two girls glanced at each other and shared sheepish smiles. Without saying a word, they took another bite to their sandwiches. Look, Infinity Girl, sorry for, dropping the truth like I did, abruptly said Izumi. I didn't mean to make our friendship so awkward. Nah, it isn't your fault. I just didn't see it coming, chuckled Ochako. Who would? Izumi scoffed. Imagine my reaction the first time I switched forms. Now that Ochako actually thought about it, she couldn't help but giggle. That bad, Ochako mused. Yeah, Izumi remembered with a smile. It happened right after the written portion of the exam. Really? Ochako gasped, shocked. I thought you had more training than that. I mean, when I saw you during the exam you seemed fine to me. Fine, I was a nervous wreck. Then again, I might have been more focused on the exam, hummed Izumi, thoughtful. There was so much going on. Robots, other examinees. That last bit, with the zero-pointer, Ochako looked up at the clear sky, it was epic. I wasn't that great, mumbled an embarrassed Izumi. Yes, you were, Ochako insisted. You went to beat it even if it didn't involve any points. Your Izumi form was a godsend, wasn't it? She really wanted to believe she was saying that because of all of Izumi's powers rather than her adorableness and physical qualities. Ochako blushed nonetheless. I guess I might have failed had I stuck to my other form, Izumi shared. I mean, as Izuku I am pretty useless. Ochako bit her lower lip. Should she dig deeper? In the end, the question slipped out before she could think better of it. Do you prefer one form over another? She blurted out. Ochako felt awful for asking that, even if deep down she prayed that Izumi had become the dominant personality. I don't think so, said the rabbit girl with a shrug. She frowned, lost in thought. I guess I am kind of inclined towards Izumi, though. Ochako's heart promised to jump off the brunette's chest. Don't get me wrong, I would never forego being Izuku, Izumi said with a smile. She studied her fluffy paws. But I guess I kind of associate such a crappy life as him. It feels nice to be Izumi in the open. Ochako grimaced, feeling guilty. Was she wishing this poor guy to ignore a part of him just so she could date the other personality? Infinity Girl, Izumi called, looking worried at her. It's nothing. It's just, I guess it must beep, being stuck between two forms, reasoned Ochako. I mean, what you can achieve with one is different to what you do with the other. Yeah, I wish there was a middle ground, or that my quirk was like Z's, Izumi admitted. She suddenly frowned, much to Ochako's confusion. Everything all right? Asked the brunette. Yes, just thinking, hummed a contemplative Izumi. About, wondered Ochako. Do you remember those weird changes I had last week? Izumi wondered. Oh, you mean how you sometimes looked taller or your ears appeared shorter? Ochako asked. What about that? What if I can mix both forms? Izumi pondered. What if they aren't as separate and clean-cut as we first assumed? Is that possible? I mean, both forms seem like a binary thing, Ochako remarked, only to gasp. Wait, the eyes. The eyes. Yes, that explains it. Remember the battle trail? You had green eyes for a moment. Ochako recalled. And the entrance exam, remembered Izumi, slack-jawed at the memory. I remember that when you helped me, you said that my eyes were violet. Ochako's eyes bulged outward. The two remained staring at each other, flabbergasted. If you could combine both forms. Ochako wondered, frowning. How could that help? It could help a lot. Izumi exclaimed, jumping to her feet. The rabbit girl proceeded to pace in front of Ochako. The brunette blinked, dumbfounded, as all of a sudden she found herself staring at a skirt-wearing Izuku, hunched over and muttering. He seemed way too lost in his muttering to realize how weird he looked with his current clothing. The muscle distribution of the Izuku form can barely withstand my full power, while Izumi's form can take only when applied to the legs, but if I can spread my full power, as well as try to apply some of Izuku's upper body distribution on Izumi, I could reduce some of my speed in order to possess stronger arms, or maybe the opposite with Izuku, Izuku muttered. Ochako couldn't stop herself. She laughed. You are such a dork, Izuku, she giggled. Izuku, blushing, gave a flustered smile. I guess we know what we are going to do after school, huh? Ochako said with a smile. Huh, Izuku replied, confused. We are going to get you to unlock the whole Izuku-Izumi combination, silly, laughed Ochako. If you can actually control it, I mean. Why you don't have to, spluttered Izuku. Ochako got to her feet and went to Izuku. Without even having to think of Izumi, she took his hands and gave them a reassuring squeeze. I am your friend, remember. And that's what friends are for, she said. Even if means I will have less time with Izumi, at least I will stay true to both forms, Ochako happily thought. I know, Ochako said. If you manage to mix both forms, then you'll become Kumi. Izuku just stared at her. No, Izuku said, shaking his head. No. Come on, it sounds great, Ochako insisted. No, Izuku deadpanned. Then how about Miku? Ochako tried. Izuku cringed, shaking his head. Izumiku. Or how about Mizuku? Oh Kuzumi. Wondered and excited Ochako. She was actually kind of excited about that. We don't even know if I can control any combination at all, Ochako, said a despondent Izuku. Nonsense. I am sure you'll get it down. Ochako exclaimed. Come on, let us finish lunch and maybe we could give it a try before next period. Izuku didn't look so convinced, but smiled nonetheless. Ochako only grinned. You won't have to worry, be it Izuku or Izumi, Ochako thought. I'll stick around no matter who. Unfortunately, Ochako had come to a realization. One thing was clear, no matter how much of a nice guy Izuku was, Ochako's heart appeared to flutter only for Izumi. Inko Midoriya had never minded her relatively mundane life. She was content, day by day, with her little piece of the world to nurture and care for. However, it seemed fate itself had a few things in store for her. If her discovery the previous weekend hadn't been enough, she actually came face to face with one of the unexpected realities of what she had learned, her extended family. That is to say, the Usugiyamas. Never before had Inko imagined she would play host to a father different to the one she grew up with, much less a fluffy rabbit man at that. If that wasn't enough, she had met the other children of Shin Usugiyama. The meeting itself had been more dumbfounding than teary-eyed or emotional. Inko had just heard a knock on the door, thought she was going to deal with her friend Mitsuki. She had yet to visit Inko to interrogate her about her trip and instead came across versions of her son. Well, her daughter, or her son's alternative form, she still wasn't sure how to call it. After that, it took little to have her family gods, she had a large family now, step in and guide them to the living room. Actually, it took less than a couple of minutes to have them settled, with cups of tea, water or juice, and biscuits. Shin Usugiyama, Inko had discovered, was both sociable and charismatic. That and he was blunt, extremely blunt, as in Mitsuki's levels of bluntness. What had been bound to be an awkward conversation was instead a rather lively meeting, with Shin doing most of the talking. He regaled Inko about the Usugiyamas, and prodded Inko for questions about her childhood. He seemed clearly angry at Inko's parents, even if he did try to hide it. And they treated you right? Shin asked, squinting at Inko. The chubby woman offered a sheepish smile and nodded. Yes, they were model parents, Inko said. Yeah, right, grumbled Shin. They had no right to hide you from me, from the rest of your family. Inko wasn't sure what to comment on that. She had a strong feeling that her parents were worried it would go either way if they had told Shin. The old rabbit man could have been furious and caused a ruckus, or he could have been accepting, yet insistent, on being part on Inko's childhood. Either option probably would have only added drama to Inko's life. You are welcome at the farm any time, said Shin. In fact, you should come over for Christmas. We like to throw a big party. With a lot of food, added one of Inko's half-sister. God, half-sisters. It felt so weird for Inko. Her family had always been so small. For a long time, it had been just her parents and her for the most part. Now, Inko appeared to have found an entire family tree of its own. It must be weird, Shin commented, suddenly finding that you had another father and an entire brood of siblings, nieces, nephews and cousins. Wish you had met your Uncle Shiro. Now that guy was quite the soul of. Knock, knock, knock. The Usugiyamas and Inko blinked and turned their heads to the entrance hallway. Tentatively, Inko got to her feet. Wait here, Inko said. She went to the front door and opened it, only for her heart to drop. Oh boy, she knew she had forgotten about something, or rather, someone. Mitsuki, Inko squeaked. The one and only, laughed the blonde. Oh no, this isn't a good time. Inko thought. So how is it going, girl? Sorry I didn't come early, but Masaru and I had a little fun this week, mused Mitsuki. We actually found this spot in the countryside where we. Too many details, squeaked a red-faced Inko. Mitsuki laughed and wrapped an arm around her friend. I missed you, declared the blonde. Now tell me, how did it go? Did you have fun? Where did you end up at? Oh, and who are you? Shin Usugiyama wondered. Mitsuki blinked in confusion and looked behind her, before lowering her gaze. Inko's blood chilled. Things just couldn't get any better, could they? I am Mitsuki Bakugo, said the blonde with a grin. And who might you be? Shin Usugiyama, harumphed Shin. And yes, I am the grandfather of the rabbit hero Maruko. Wow, look at the odds. By the way, do you have a daughter or granddaughter in UA? Asked Mitsuki, intrigued. Oh no, mentally panicked Inko. She didn't say anything. Instead, she kept snapping her head from her biological father to her friend, spluttering in a pathetic attempt to halt the conversation. It was, unfortunately, too late. Yes, Izumi, said Shin, puffing up her chest. Can't believe I have 2 granddaughters in the hero business, and fine heroes at that. Ah yes, Izumi, Mitsuki said with a grin. So she is actually related to Maruko in the end, huh? Here I was thinking those newspapers were just spreading hearsay. Inko watched on, feeling like she was witnessing a car crash in the making. My son, Katsuki, actually attends with Izumi. He doesn't want to admit it, but he has one hell of a crush on her. It is so adorable, cooed Mitsuki. Of course he does, said Shin, extremely proud. My granddaughter has inherited the Usugiyama cuteness that has been passed down through the generations of Usugiyama rabbit people. Few people can resist our adorableness. Ha, I bet you were a lady killer in your youth. Mused Mitsuki. Not really. My wife is and will always be the one for me, proclaimed Shin. Ha, same with me. My husband and I are still at it going strong, confessed Mitsuki. I don't get how marriages can fail. I mean, with all the, how can it lose its luster? I completely agree. I might look a bit worn out by age. However, don't be fooled. I can still make the missus a happy lady, smugly said Shin. I bet you get it all the time, but does your quirk translate to? You know what they say about rabbits, Mitsuki mischievous asked. Inko squeaked, face burning. Ask my children if they have a libido. Let me tell you, it can get really awkward if you don't keep a good ear and knock on doors, said Shin. And I believe they inherited less than I did in that department. Dad, came the cries from within the apartment. Enough you, we are all adults here. Replaced the elderly rabbit man. Man, who else is in there? Mitsuko whistled, amazed. Did you start a party and forgot to invite me? I'm hurt. She gave a playful pout to Inko. The green-haired woman, though, was still too flustered over the callousness of Mitsuki and Shin in regards to their love lives. Sadly, that was a mistake, for Shin decided to reply before Inko could even formulate a clear thought. Actually, we kind of surprised my daughter here, proclaimed Shin. Daughter, Mitsuki squawked, eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Yes, this young woman here is actually my daughter and I had no idea all this time. Shin announced. Mitsuki glanced at Inko, only to stare at Shin. Hold up, little Inko here is, your daughter? Mitsuki asked. Inko knew she had to intervene. She had to stop the two before Izuku's secret got out. It was his decision, after all, whether he wanted Mitsuki to know. After all, if Mitsuki knew, Inko feared Katsuki would follow and perhaps that would complicate matters back at school. However, Inko couldn't help but stand there, helpless, as the situation got out of control. Yep, Shin said, I know, pretty crazy, and to think I only learned about it because of that damn piece of fake news on Friday. He rolled his amethyst eyes. Those damn Giornos, snooping around when it was none of their business. How does Izumi being related to you have anything to do with? Mitsuki wondered, only to trail off. Inko watched with abject horror as Mitsuki's face morphed from befuddlement to absolute and utter shock. Izumi is your daughter, Mitsuki exclaimed, wide-eyed, at Inko. The housewife, in turn, hid her face behind her hands. How could she have allowed the situation to devolve into this? How come you had a daughter all this time and you didn't tell me? And she's Katsuki's age. We could have done all kind of crazy stuff, like trying to get them to hook up. Mitsuki beeped. She frowned at Inko. How did you even manage to hide her from me, girl? Was she living with Hisashi? Well, Inko looked at the ground. What am I supposed to tell her? Inko mentally shouted, unable to think clearly. She had to come up with something, and fast. Sadly, she forgot about a certain rabbit man next to her. Izumi can change into a boy at will, actually. I met you know him, Shin said. Inko snapped her head at her biological father and pulled her hair in exasperation and horror. Into a boy, Mitsuko repeated, dumbfounded. Wait, she chuckled, shaking her head. You mean to tell me, little Izu-kun had a quirk all this time that allowed him to change into a rabbit girl? That's ridiculous. Mitsuki laughed, all while Inko sighed. Shin, on his part, frowned with confusion. He tilted his head, raising one eyebrow while dropping the other one, much like Izumi would do. Realizing that the other two weren't laughing, Mitsuki slowly sobered up and started shaking her head. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Mitsuki cried out. Let's go inside, girl, and tell me everything. Inko felt ready to cry. Why did things have to go so wrong so quickly? Hopefully, this wasn't going to impact her son's life. It was the day of the USJ, or Unforeseen Simulation Joint. Technically, that place alone was a marvel of technology. A massive dome which could offer multiple scenarios to train heroes. However, what Izuku truly wanted was to start learning how to rescue people. Although he wanted to beat villains as much as the next guy, it was the thought of saving people just like All Might did during his debut that truly motivated Izuku. Izuku wasn't just excited for himself, but rather because he knew Ochako had been looking forward to this day. It was the day, after all, in which Ochako would meet her idol, Crow Hero 13, who supervised the USJ. So yeah, it was an eager Izuku who woke up, a smile in place. He didn't forget to move to the mirror and check himself. Much to his dismay, there hadn't been any changes as of late. In fact, he hadn't managed to actually change anything the previous evening. Izuku wondered how much of his latest changes had been mere adjustments that happened as a result of a newly manifesting power at such a late age. Such thoughts didn't sour Izuku's mood, though. It was a cheerful Izumi who left the bedroom, happily hopping towards the elevator. Her life might have been a real turmoil of twists, but Izumi remained steadfast. She had a good friend to rely on, after all. As she had expected, Izumi couldn't help but giggle as she noticed Ochako at the tables, who sat with a frenzy that screamed excitement. She sure was looking forward to the USJ. Hey, Infinity Girl, hey, Izumi, Ochako almost shouted. Today is the day. We are meeting 13. Izumi laughed as she sat next to her friend. Ease down, Infinity Girl. Save some of that excitement for after lunch, said Izumi. Sorry, said a sheepish Ochako. It's just, I've always wanted to meet her. I know how you feel, remarked Izumi. I remember the first time I met All Might. Aren't you related? Teased Ochako. Har har har, Izumi deadpanned, only to share a grin with her friend. The two chuckled at the joke before taking a few bites of their breakfast. Sadly, before they could enjoy a quiet uneventful meal, none other than Ashido appeared in front of them, grinning. Izumi didn't need to guess that the excited look on her face had nothing to do about the USJ. Hello girls, what a beautiful day. Ashido started. Izumi and Ochako didn't say anything, merely nodding at the pink-skinned demonette. Ashido, in turn, bit her lip and sat there, glancing at the two. Someone was barely containing herself. Oh come on, girls, will you throw a bone at me? Ashido exclaimed, pulling her hair in exasperation. Izumi and Ochako exchanged confused faces. Did something happen, Ashido? Izumi wondered. Not to me, apparently, muttered Ashido. Come on, Izumi, spill it. Give me the juicy bits. Juicy bits. Izumi frowned. Mina, what are you talking about? Ochako, however, had a strong gut feeling about what Ashido wanted the two girls to talk about, probably relating to some theory that Izumi and Ochako might have made out at the rooftops. The mere thought about such ludicrous idea made the brunette's face lit up like a burning charcoal. So, girls, do you have any secrets to share? You know I won't tell anyone. Ashido insisted. Izumi scratched her head, still unsure what Ashido meant. In fact, she was a bit tense and looking worried. Differently from Ochako, Izumi was more worried that Ashido was trying to get Izumi to confess about her other form. I am not sure what you mean, mumbled Izumi, averting her eyes. Oh, come on, I can keep any secret, just tell me, said a near-desperate Ashido. Oi, Mina. Ashido snapped her head and scowled as Jiro hurried over to her table. Izumi and Ochako stared, dumbfounded, as Jiro aimed a sprayer over the demonette. What did we say about pestering Izumi? Jiro growled. She proceeded to spray Ashido, who comically whined and protested. I am just trying to help, said Ashido. Come on, Izumi, just tell. Down girl, down, Jiro exclaimed. Hey, stop it, Ashido whined, covering her face with her arms. Jiro, however, kept spraying Ashido with water, forcing the pink-skinned girl to retreat. I'll be back, you haven't seen the last of me, you hear me? Ashido swore, before leaving the table. Seriously, that girl sure is persistent, muttered Jiro. Izumi raised an eyebrow. Do you know what she expects me to tell her? Izumi asked. Kind of. Jiro said, making it a point to avoid looking at Izumi in the eye. Well, if she comes back again, just spray her until she leaves. Hey, Jiro, called Ochako, but Jiro didn't listen and kept walking away. What was all that about? Izumi wondered. Ochako sighed. It's like I said yesterday. They must think we are an item and that we, when I went to the rooftop that we, Ochako said, blushing by the end. I think there's more to it, Izumi muttered, squinting at Jiro's retreating back. Do you think that they know about your secret? Ochako finished. She bit her lip, unsure. I don't know. Wouldn't they just say it or throw a fit? Izumi grimaced. She sure hoped the girls wouldn't try to kick her out. Just the fact Yaoyorozu wasn't trying to squeeze the life out of Izumi at every turn worried Izumi. Something was definitely up. Hey, it's fine, Ochako said, grabbing her hand and giving it a reassuring squeeze. No matter what, I'll be at your side. I know, said Izumi. The two remained like that, holding hands, and staring at each other. Seconds passed, lost in each other's gazes, until all of a sudden they realized their position. Within an instant, they were blushing and looking away, hands separated and well away from the other, trying to act as if they hadn't just been acting like a pair of girls in love, which wasn't that far from the truth unbeknownst to either of them. Don't worry, Izumi, Ochako said. I have a good feeling about today. If you say so, Izumi sighed. Just wait and see. Today is going to be a great day, proclaimed Ochako. That stupid rabbit, she was all that Katsuki Bakugo had been thinking for a while now. Ever since that goddamn article spread like wildfire across the country, and their little spat, Bakugo had gone over what he knew about her over and over again. There was a connection between the damn bunny and Deku, that useless nerd. He knew it. There had to be. It made sense, in a way. Everything appeared to lead to the obvious idea that Izumi was the stupid nerd. She reeked of the nerd, and not just regarding her knowledge about Katsuki. The way she sometimes behaved and acted around others screamed Deku to him. And yet, she was so damn different at times it was infuriating. Deku would have never dared to retort, much less reply with anger. Yet that was what the stupid bunny had done. Katsuki wouldn't usually care about useless extras in his class, but there was something about that damn bunny that grated him to no end, clearly the connection with Deku he had yet to figure out. All in all, he was not enjoying his breakfast in the kitchen. It was clearly a poor way to start his day, but it had become commonplace in the Bakugo household. What's keeping you in a foul mood, son? Asked his father. You've been kind of grumpy all weekend. Nothing, muttered Katsuki. He silently kept eating his breakfast, lost in his own thoughts. Katsuki scowled and braced himself for the obvious teasing of his mother and instead angrily munched his cereal. Oddly enough, the teasing never came. Both his father and he slowly turned to Mitsuki Bakugo. She was rather subdued, and staring straight ahead, lost in thought. All right, now that isn't normal, thought father and son. Honey, Masaru called, worried. Huh, what's that? Said Mitsuki, broken out of her reverie. You sure you are all right? You look out of it, remarked Masaru. Nah, I'm fine. It's just that. Did something happen to Auntie Inko? Katsuki wondered. Mitsuki bit her lip. Shit, it probably has to do with the freaking nerd, Katsuki realized. What a useless idiot. You've been really quiet since yesterday, Masaru pointed out, folding arms. Mitsuki appeared to consider what to say, something that made Katsuki even more curious. Since when did his mother shut up about anything? I don't know where to start. It is so screwed up. Mitsuki shook her head. Hold on. Did something actually happen? Is Inko alright? Masaru wondered. Oh, yes, she's fine. More than fine, or maybe not, Mitsuki muttered. She just got to learn something messed up about her family. Well, a lot of weird stuff went down in her family. Messed up, weird, Katsuki repeated, unsure how to even feel about it all. Could it be about the damned bunny? Yeah, Mitsuki nodded. Inko apparently, well. Masaru and Katsuki exchanged raised eyebrows. Since when did she ever hesitate to share any news? That only rose alarms in their heads. She apparently had another biological father all this time, Mitsuki confessed. Huh, spluttered both men. Because as it so happens her parents actually got this one guy drunk to get their way with him, all because he was apparently super cute or something, continued Mitsuki, turning around and shaking her head. Behind her, her husband and son stared with mouths agape. Huh, and now she learned that she is actually related to Maruko. Hell, Inko is Maruko's aunt. It's crazy, Mitsuki said. Huh, but that isn't all, Mitsuki sighed. It isn't. Katsuki and Masaru chorused in disbelief. Just how crazier could it actually get? Wait, Maruko, the bunny hero. Katsuki's mind went in overdrive, all pieces falling together. It suddenly all clicked. Of course, the actual connection between the nerd and the damned bunny was. Oh no, sighed Mitsuki. Little Izuku has a quirk. Can you believe it? Little Izu-kun. Huh, and what a quirk. It allows him to switch between his normal self and into a little cute bunny girl. Katsuki blinked, his mind coming to a halt. That rabbit you have a crush on. She's actually Izu-kun, Mitsuki said. That was not how he thought it all fit together. He had kind of expected to learn that the damned bunny was related to the nerd, maybe close cousins. Katsuki definitely did not expect his first crazy theory, about Deku being some changing weirdo, to be correct. Thus, Katsuki could only react in one way. I beeping knew it, Katsuki exclaimed. Oi! Watch the language! Shouted Mitsuki, swatting her son in the head. Katsuki glared at his mother but said nothing. He should have known better. You better don't go tattling, you hear me? Mitsuki warned. The whole Izumi Izuku thing is supposed to be secret. Katsuki scowled. He had finally learned the goddamn truth and he was supposed to keep a secret. What the hell? This was Deku they were talking about, the blasted useless and creepy nerd, going all tranquil to join UA. Heck, he was living with the girls. That's absolutely perverted and sick. Leave it to beeping Deku to choose to be a girl, mentally growled Katsuki. Look, I know you have a crush on Izumi, so don't let the truth change things, stated Mitsuki. Blurg, that's disgusting. Katsuki nearly barfed. And I don't have a crush on that damn bunny. There's nothing wrong with having a crush on a cute little bunny, Mitsuki said, smirking. And hey, it is your childhood friend. Dear, sighed an amused Masaru. Don't push Katsuki. But they would be so cute together. Cooed Mitsuki. What the hell? That's sick, spat Katsuki. You can deny it all you want, but a mother knows, Mitsuki with a smug look on her face. Katsuki grinded his teeth. Clearly, his mother didn't know a thing. Mitsuki, warned Masaru. Mitsuki pouted, but thankfully dropped the subject nonetheless. Instead, they went on to talk about that day's visit to the USJ. Katsuki didn't pay much attention to them, nodding here and there to make it look as if he was following the conversation. However, deep down he was seething. That goddamn nerd, hiding a quirk from me, Katsuki thought, only to scowl. As much as he wanted to teach the bloody useless nerd a lesson, he was not going to go against his mother's wishes. Mitsuki Bakugo might not have Katsuki's power, but she sure knew how to make her punishments hurt. It didn't matter. Katsuki would find a way to get his frustration on the nerd. If he had to, he would do so on the stupid bunny. In any case, he got the distinct feeling that it was going to be a god-awful day. Tuesday morning was a rather dull affair. With the growing excitement about leaving the school premises and heading to one of UA's most famous training facility, their departure couldn't come soon enough. Roll call with Aizawa was as painful and scary as always, with the sleep-deprived teacher being particularly irritable that day. Perhaps he reacted badly to any surrounding happiness and felt the need to squash it. Regardless, after their short time with the homeroom teacher, they had the same boring classes as always. Truly, it felt like pretty much any other day, were it not for what was in store for Class 1A. Eventually, it was time to put on their costumes and were led out of the school by All Might and Maruko. Although they had all expected to find a bus as a means of transportation to the USJ, they were all a bit surprised when they spotted their homeroom teacher of all people waiting for them. Worse, he appeared to be in a foul mood, worse than that morning's. "You took too long," Aizawa said, squinting at his students. They all gulped. "Oh, cut it with that crap," scoffed Maruko. She clasped her hands together, grinning. "Let us get a move on, shall we?" "Indeed, for time is of the essence," exclaimed All Might. Aizawa sighed, already exasperated by his fellow teachers. "Just get into the bus," grumbled the homeroom teacher. Izumi took a deep breath and addressed her peers. She puffed her chest and, embracing her Izumi persona, grinned at them. "All right everyone, let's try to be orderly here," Izumi said. "Yes, ma'am," the boys said with playful salutes. Izumi didn't fail to notice the way Bakugo was glaring at her. She would have claimed he just didn't like having someone ordering him around, but Bakugo had been acting weird that morning. She wasn't sure why. Luckily, he remained quiet and probably wouldn't start barking anytime soon. One by one, 1A filed into the bus, caught in their own chatter and excitement. Izumi and Yaoyorozu, as class representatives, were the last to head into the vehicle, followed by Aizawa. Izumi stopped halfway up when she realized a certain pair was just standing outside. "Aren't you coming with us, All Might?" Izumi asked before turning to the rabbit hero. "Maruko." All Might responded with a boisterous laugh while Maruko smirked. "Have no fear, for I just prefer to go my own way," All Might said. "That's his way of saying he's too big and heavy for a bus," joked Maruko. "Preposterous," squawked All Might. "And I'll have you know, I have lost weight." "Don't worry guys, we'll go with our feet and get ahead of you," said Maruko. "Indeed, we still need to discuss a few things with 13, All Might said. "I do hope it is that and not just last-minute paperwork you forgot to fill," Aizawa muttered, glaring at the two. All Might and Maruko averted their eyes and gave innocent smiles. An eyebrow twitched on Aizawa's forehead, ridden with annoyance. "See you soon then," Izumi said, waving at the two pro-heroes outside. She quickly found a spot reserved by Ochako. Meanwhile, outside the bus, Aizawa turned around. He was about to enter the bus, only to notice just how noisy it was inside. The teenagers were all laughing and chatting, raising their voices more and more in order to keep their conversations going. It looked rather lively, actually. From one glance, it was easy to tell no one would be able to catch a nap in the bus to the USJ. Aizawa sent a murderous glare at the two pro-heroes, who casually stood there, smiling innocently. He took a deep breath and ventured into the bus, grumbling all the way about hormonal teenagers. No sooner had the bus left, both pro-hero exchanged glances before bursting out laughing. "Oh, man, did you see the look on his face?" cackled Maruko. All Might was laughing too much to answer. "As much as I like the twerps, I don't think I could be stuck in an enclosed space with the lot of them," remarked Maruko once they stopped laughing. "Me neither," chuckled All Might. "Now then, shall we head over to the USJ? "Hey, how about a race?" Maruko asked with a smirk. All Might raised an eyebrow before smugly smiling at his colleague. "You do know who you are talking to, don't you?" All Might asked. Maruko was about to reply, before she froze and her ears perked up. All Might stiffened. "What is it?" he asked. "An emergency. I think there has been an accident over there," Maruko exclaimed. She pointed somewhere behind All Might. All Might turned around, and tried to focus. He didn't have super hearing, but he prided himself in being able to hear any person in need within a rather large radius. Thus, He was a bit confused when he heard nothing. All Might listened for a while before scratching his head, confused. I do not hear, All Might said, turning towards Maruko. Or rather, where she had just been standing. Maruko, where did? Then it clicked. That's cheating, exclaimed All Might. Back in the bus, the teenagers of Class 1A were up to their usual antics. There was a group of the calmer kids on their own, enjoying their own little bubble of peace, all while surrounded by loud chaos. Tokiyami, Shoji and Kota seemed rather at home in the seats far back in the bus. Hagakure and Ashido were chatting with Yaoyorozu and Jiro about this or that. Meanwhile, Mineta, Shiro and Kaminari whispered to each other, no doubt talking about videos games, or something else. Ochako hoped the boys were talking about video games. She rather not think about the alternative. Aoyama, as usual, was just sparkling. Sato and Ojiro were perhaps the most normal of the bunch, plainly chatting, perhaps about ordinary things. Todoroki sat on his own, staring out the window with his usual stoic face, while Bakugo kept glaring at Izumi. Ochako wasn't sure what his problem was, but he seemed to have gotten worse that day, glaring even during classes. Izumi and Ochako faced Asui and Kirishima, all while they talked about their quirks and how they could be used for rescue missions. Man, your quirk really is great for a whole lot of scenarios, Kirishima told Asui. Look at you. You are a good swimmer, you have mobility over ground and you can reach people with your tongue. You are perfect for rescue missions. What do I have, though? He stretched an arm in front of him, and suddenly it shifted into a strange jagged hardened form. It had a rocky appearance. Harden, said the redhead. That's all I can do. I guess it depends on the situation and your imagination. There are many scenarios where it is good to harden like you do, Izumi pointed out. Still, I guess not all quirks have the same capabilities. Yeah, Kirishima sighed. Speaking of quirks, look at yours. You are like a cute All Might. Please don't call me cute, mumbled Izumi. Sorry, Kirishima hastily said, only to add. But I am right, you are like a mini All Might, with that super speed and power. Izumi isn't able to punch like All Might however, Ribbit, Asui pointed out. She's right, Izumi said with a smile. If I tried punching I would probably break an arm. If only I could draw upon more of Izuku's physique, Izumi thought. I might not punch at full power as Izuku, but in full cowl I'm sure I could deliver a lot of damage. Her musings were cut short by the redhead. You know, it really crazy how you have a power that really looks like All Might and you aren't related. What are the odds? Kirishima commented. Is it really that crazy? Quirks rarely make sense, don't they? Countered Ochako. I don't know about that. They tend to all follow rules, the problem is that they can have a few logical leaps at times, said Izumi. Your quirk is very similar to All Might's, Ribbit, stated Asui. Are you perhaps related to him other than as his daughter? No, Asui, said Izumi. There is no blood relationship between us. Call me Sue, and I believe you, Ribbit, Asui asked. She looked up and placed a finger over her chin in what was Asui's thinking face. It is still strange to see you with a power so similar to All Might's, Ribbit. Izumi could only smile and shrug. What in the world was she supposed to say to that? Well, I think it's a good thing, interceded Ochako. All Might is going to retire eventually, right? And who better to replace him as the #1 hero than someone with a power like his? Kirishima laughed, earning a glare from Ochako. I'm sorry Izumi, but I just can't see you as the next All Might, chuckled Kirishima, sending an apologetic look to the rabbit girl. He's way too big, muscular and manly. You're too cute. The redhead's eyes widened and he panicked, realizing his error. Adorable. I meant adorable, Kirishima corrected himself. Izumi might have been flustered by being called adorable, but considering that it was a boy, she felt a bit put out instead. However, she quickly found herself smirking as an idea came into mind. So you find me adorable, Kirishima? Izumi teased. Anything you wish to confess. Kirishima spluttered, face exploding into a bright shade of red. The girls laughed at the poor boy's predicament. All of a sudden, Izumi stopped laughing and her ears perked up. She frowned at Bakugo and Shiro's group. Had someone said her name? Apparently, they had. Zero stood over Bakugo, a teasing smile in place. Kaminari and Mineta were behind Bakugo's seat, smug and with a look that promised a lot of annoyance and frustration. Oh boy, that's not going to end well. I wonder what they are talking about, Izumi thought. You've been staring at Izumi for a while now, chuckled Zero. On second thought, I rather not know, Izumi mentally muttered. Yeah, what's that about? Added Kaminari. Do you have a crush on our class rep? Teased Zero. Bakugo gave a murderous glare at the two boys, but neither was intimidated. The blonde raised his hands, ready to burn them, only to realize that his quirk wasn't working. He snapped his head at the front and scowled. No quirks allowed in the bus, said Aizawa, his eyes glowing a bright red and his hair standing up straight. Yeah, Bakugo, no quirks, snickered Zero. Ochako winced as Bakugo bared his teeth, grinding them with ill intent. Those idiots, didn't they realize that all Bakugo had to do was wait after school or whenever Aizawa wasn't around? Apparently, they didn't. There's nothing wrong about little cute girls, Mineta said, barely hiding his smirk. They were truly trying to grate on Bakugo's rather short temper. Didn't they know he had a short fuse? It's a crush, isn't it? Teased Kaminari. Damn, who would have guessed? Izumi and Bakugo. Now that is something I didn't see coming, added Zero. The boy snickered as Bakugo's face turned into a furious puce. For some reason, he was really holding his tongue. Even Izumi was somewhat dumbfounded by that. Come on, Bakugo, spill it, Mineta said, poking at Bakugo. Admit you have a crush on the class representative. I don't have a crush on that stupid bunny, growled Bakugo. And yet, the three boys kept pestering the explosive blonde. Izumi might have felt some pity for Bakugo, but at the moment she was more annoyed at being paired up with her childhood bully. That was just gross. Sadly, the boys really managed to make Bakugo snap. All of a sudden, Bakugo appeared to explode figuratively and drew everyone's attention as he stood up, red-faced and murderous. I don't have a beeping crush on that goddamn gender-bending nerd, shouted Bakugo. He immediately froze and scowled. Silence. Everyone in the bus blinked at the explosive blonde, confused. Wait, gender-bending, Mineta said, only to gasp. He snapped his head towards Izumi. It was you. You can turn into a boy. Do not be preposterous, Iida exclaimed, jumping to his feet. We are all aware Izumi has a strengthening quirk and no one has two quirks. What about Todoroki? Asked Ojiro. That's actually the same quirk but with two related yet opposed facets, stated Yaoyorozu. Take Asui, call me Sue, for example, her one quirk gives her a wide range of abilities that could individually count as a quirk such as tongue extension, sticky skin and stronger hind legs to name a few. Yeah, come on guys, laughed Kirishima. Izumi having a gender-bending ability. Really? Where did that come from? Am I right, Izumi? Unfortunately, that got the opposite effect than he might have intended, for everyone turned towards Izumi, who froze under the scrutiny of all of her classmates. She might have been good at misleading or just hiding the truth, but Ochako could already see her squirming. Izumi said, growing more nervous. It was a down-spiraling circle of self-indictment. The more she panicked because she wasn't saying anything, the less she was able to utter a word and the more she panicked. Izuku mumbled, her ears dropping more and more. She actually looked like a cornered animal. So it's true, Ojiro gasped. I knew it, Mineta shouted. Enough. Everyone fell silent and slowly looked up front. You are being too loud, growled the teacher. But, sir, Ojiro was saying, only to be stopped by Aizawa's scathing glare. Enough, Aizawa said. You'll keep quiet and stop being so annoying. Am I clear? Everyone remained obediently seated and silent. Glaring at them one last time, Aizawa went back to his seat. Izumi, on her part, felt her heart sink. She ignored the curious and questioning looks from everyone around. Of all the days and moments for her secret to start spilling out, it had to be in that moment. That day sure wasn't looking up for Izumi. The USJ could be seen from a far distance. Looking like a gigantic stadium, it was a large seamless steel dome with purple high walls. Everyone at the window stared at it with amazement. This was it, another step towards their future careers. It was in that moment that they started to understand just how fortunate they were to be part of UA's hero course. The bus stopped right in front the main gate, or rather at the feet of the stairway that led to the main gate. Slowly, the students filed out the bus. They didn't say a thing, mostly due to Aizawa's rather harsh glare over them. No sooner had they stepped outside, their gazes went to the three people waiting for them. The teenagers were familiar with two of them. Maruko was scowling at a laughing All Might. "One of these days," muttered Maruko. "Keep dreaming, Maruko," laughed All Might with an air of triumph. "Enough of that," mused a figure next them. Ochako felt her breath hitch. It was her, Pro Hero 13. Ochako was by no means a fangirl, but she did see the pro hero as an idol and thus couldn't help but stare and relish on every single live detail. Pro Hero 13 wore what looked like a white space suit-looking puffy jacket, a black helmet with white eyes, and a pair of yellow boots. Ochako had seen her multiple times through various media, yet nothing compared to the real thing. "Welcome everyone. It is a pleasure to finally meet another batch of prospective heroes," 13 proclaimed with a joyous voice. "Come everyone, let's venture into the USJ." After making sure everyone was accounted for, 13 led the group into the facility. Everyone stared with wide amazed eyes. Ochako was no different. The place was absolutely massive, and they had yet to enter. The main gate was a tad intimidating up close, not to mention imposing. Inside, they all gasped in awe. If the USJ looked gigantic from the outside, inside it looked like its own world. From near the main gate and atop a large descending stairway, the students could see the many training zones of the USJ. To a side, there was a map displaying where every zone was at. All in all, the USJ had more of the look of an amusement park than a training facility. Even the central area appeared as more of a tourist park than anything. "Welcome everyone, to the USJ, the unforeseen simulation joint, sometimes confused for Universal Studios Japan," announced 13. Everyone chuckled at the joke. They stopped walking and 13 went to the edge of the stairway. "As you can see, this place has everything you'll need to learn and prepare for various scenarios. In the next years, up until graduation, you'll have the opportunity to experience and witness all zones," 13 explained. "What zones are there?" someone asked in the back. 13 stretched an arm and pointed at each individual area. Some were plain obvious to Ochako. Others, not so much. "There's the ruins zone, which simulates a destroyed urban environment," she explained. The heavily cushioned hero pointed to their left where there was a small neighborhood worth of ruined skyscrapers and tall buildings. It looked extremely realistic from afar and it made Ochako curious how they achieved such authenticity. Did they hire someone to trash the area? "Next to it is landslide zone," 13 carried on, gesturing to a sloped hill with different debris. She then indicated towards a mountainous rocky area. "That's the mountain zone." She pointed at a large dome, the conflagration zone, a simulation of a burning city if you will. 13 then described the flood zone, that was little more than an artificial lake with a waterslide and a boat in its center. And finally, the downpour zone, 13 finished. That zone, like the conflagration zone, consisted of a large dome but instead of being painted red it was covered in blue color. "Don't worry, you'll get a good look today," 13 said. "What are we going to do, ma'am?" asked Kirishima. "Huh, they sure are polite," 13 mused. Aizawa merely smirked at that. "For starters you'll have a short tour and see the zones up close. Then, we'll divide you into two groups and give demonstrations on how you are supposed to respond in each scenario." "We won't do anything then," wondered a disappointed Ojiro. "You'll have your chance to have fun later on," said Maruko. "Yes, today will be a first glance of rescue training," All Might added. "Have no fear, for we have a lot to teach you in regards to rescuing civilians." Ochako glanced at Izumi and grinned. The bunny girl was lost on the number one hero. Even so, Ochako could pretty much read what Izumi was thinking. Izumi had already shown the one video that had inspired Izuku, and by extension Izumi, to be pro-heroes. It had been a recording of All Might's debut, saving dozens upon dozens of people non-stop from a terrible accident. Admittedly, It had been quite a thing to watch. All Might, for all of his goofiness, could be a really inspiring and comforting figure. Is that a gift shop? Kaminari asked, dumbfounded. And indeed, to a side, they saw what appeared to be a gift shop. Aizawa sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose, while Pro Hero 13 sheepishly chuckled. That was the principal's idea, replied the rescue hero. Why don't we begin the tour? All the teenagers forgot about the ludicrous gift shop and smiled with excitement at the hero. Even if they weren't going to do anything, thus far this was as close as they could get to living the hero life and experiencing what it would be like to work in all sorts of harsh conditions. It was thus with certain apprehension and nerves that they followed 13 down the flight stairs to the central plaza. Differently from her peers, Azumi's attention was elsewhere, mostly lost in her own thoughts. Her classmates kept glancing at her, especially the boys, and it hurt. She could already picture what they would say. Izumi hoped her fellow prospective heroes were far better people than her former classmates of Aldera, yet she worried nonetheless. Useless, creep, pathetic, words started echoing back in Izumi's mind. A gentle squeeze of her hand broke her out of her stupor. She looked to the source, only to find a smiling Ochako. Izumi smiled back. There was hope still, after all. Taking a deep breath, Izumi pushed the thoughts of her classmates and puffed up her chest. She pulled a brave smile and, with some effort, soldiered on. Izumi would not allow the opinion of others to affect her. She just couldn't allow it. A lot of people had put their trust on her, after all. Her parents, All Might, Maruko, even Ochako. Izumi clenched her fists. Perhaps it was time to come out and finally confess the truth. Perhaps it has been delayed too long. With such notions, she nodded to herself with a resolute face. Yes, after they returned, she would tell them all the truth, no matter the reaction. I am no longer the same person that suffered in middle school, Izumi thought. As Izumi finally got her attention back on her teachers, she realized that Pro Hero 13 had been talking. Izumi blushed, feeling rather ashamed for having missed most of what appeared to be a passionate speech. To a side, All Might stood with his trademarked smile next to a bored-looking Maruko. Aizawa looked ready to materialize a sleeping bag and just get a much-needed nap. Class 1A attentively listened to 13, none daring to do anything other than pay attention. That was when it all went to hell. All of a sudden, a massive vortex of pitch-black mist formed in the central plaza, 50 feet away from Thrydine's back. The students all gasped and stepped back, while the pro heroes immediately turned towards the threat and stared in shock. Before they could react, people, no, monsters, started pouring out of the swirling darkness. Villains, declared All Might. The teenagers didn't respond, too shocked to say or do anything. Everyone, head back to the stairs, Aizawa hissed. Now. Ochako, who had remained frozen, felt a furred hand squeeze her own. She blinked, only to find a smiling Izumi. She too was afraid, but kept that reassuring smile regardless. Follow me, 13 called, taking the lead back towards the stairs. Come on guys, you heard Aizawa. Izumi called. They didn't need to be told twice. They all hurried back to where they came, glancing back as the large vortex of black mist rippled with each new villain marching out. Although they were a wide variety of them, she couldn't stop glancing to the first villain to walk out of the black mist. Gigantic, perhaps as tall as All Might, and maybe just as muscular, he looked like some kind of dark-skinned man with a beak filled with serrated teeth, and an exposed brain. His eyes lacked any intelligence to them, yet the thing exuded an air of danger that made her shiver. From a glance, Ochako could tell he was perhaps the most dangerous of the villain horde. Hurry, 13 called as they started climbing up the stairs. Behind them, All Might, Maruko and Aizawa slowly stepped back. More villains marched out of the black mist in what appeared to be a near-endless army. They came in all shapes and forms, from average-looking thug, to the ugly-looking mutant types. They all shared one thing, however, a distinct hateful look on their faces and a glint of vindictiveness in their eyes. The pro-heroes, however, were far more concerned by the big one that had appeared first. There was something about that one villain that had them all in alert, more so than the horde of villains surrounding them. So, You take the 100 to the left and I take the 100 to the right, All Might. Maruko asked. Eraserhead gets to do the cleanup. I don't think it will be that easy, Aizawa muttered, squinting at Birdman in the middle. Finally, villains stopped walking out of the vortex and the dark void closed, right as a man, clad with a mask in the form of a white hand over his face, stepped out. Red-eyed, white-haired and outright creepy-looking, he had a barely hidden nasty toothy grin that screamed of mentally unstable. Ah, All Might, so good you could join us, cackled the man. And who might you be? Asked All Might. It doesn't matter who I am. All that matters is that today, you'll die, laughed the weirdo. Behind him, the black mist coalesced into the shape of a man, clad in a strange bartender-looking attire and with golden glowing eyes. All you need to know that we are the League of Villains and we are here to kill you, All Might, the Shadow Man said. Oh, I think I have heard that a few times, All Might cheekily replied. Aizawa glanced at the students climbing up the stairs. They appear to be about to make it out, he whispered to his fellow heroes. Kurogiri, why don't you take care about our secondary quests? The white-haired weirdo said. It will be done, the Mist Man, Kurogiri, replied, bowing his head. Aizawa stepped forward, between All Might and Maruko. Not so fast, Aizawa spat. His eyes shone and his hair stood up on end. Kurogiri and the leader of the so-called League of Villains merely watched the eraser hero. How annoying, sighed the weirdo in charge with his raspy voice. Nomu, get rid of that nuisance. A massive shadow suddenly blocked Aizawa's path. The pro-hero barely had time to look up before he realized the giant bird man was standing before him, an arm rearing back for what without doubt a powerful punch. Aizawa knew he wouldn't survive the attack. Luckily, All Might intervened, blocking the punch and pushing Aizawa backwards. No, Aizawa hissed, realizing what had just happened. The leader of the League of Villains giggled maliciously as Kurogiri vanished. Take this, villain, All Might shouted and delivered a mighty punch of his own against Nomu. Maruko and Aizawa, as well as the surrounding villains, had to cover their faces as a strong gust of wind blew out from the mere shockwave produced by the punch. All Might smiled, already expecting the results of his attack. His smile fell, however, as he noticed that the Nomu thing hadn't moved an inch. What the punch? All Might gasped for air, a hand moving to his old injury, just as he was sent flying towards the stairway. He crashed into it, burying deep into the stonework. Lying there, he wheezed in pain and felt a familiar metallic taste in his mouth. Aizawa and Maruko watched, momentarily confused, before their faces were replaced with looks of dawning horror. I told you, All Might, laughed the weirdo in charge. Today you die. Maruko and Aizawa both retreated to All Might's side, their eyes set on Nomu. The creature remained standing, hand outstretched from the punch. He kept that empty smile of his and looked untroubled. There was something just wrong with that guy. Did that thing? Maruko asked. Apparently, Aizawa said. He looked up the stairway where, unfortunately, the students could still be seen. You all right, old man? Maruko asked. Yes, lied All Might. He stood up and brushed his shoulder, acting as if his old injury wasn't flaring and he wasn't in pain. Just how did that Nomu thing know where to hit? I have a bad feeling about this, All Might told them. Well shit, Maruko said. She grinned, sadistic eyes focused on the villains. I guess today will be loads of fun after all. Hurry, 13 shouted. The students didn't need to be pushed. They were all rushing up the stairs. However, the teenagers couldn't help but glance back and slow down as they saw what was happening down below. That bird thing, he actually stopped All Might's punch. Someone exclaimed. And that did it. Immediately, everyone stopped sprinting and snapped their heads back to the central plaza. To their horror, it was worse than what they had imagined. All Might hadn't just been blocked, he had been punched back. Don't stop, 13 said, snapping them out of their shock. Do not worry about them. They are professionals and will deal with the situation. It will take a lot more than that to beat the likes of All Might. Ma'am, shouldn't there be emergency protocols? Yaoyorozu immediately asked. First we need to evacuate you, Thridine said, so let's hurry. No one protested and instead followed after the pro-hero. They managed to make it up the long way to the main gate. At first, they were relieved. They had made it after all. Then, there was a loud alarm, and the massive entrance roared. Class 1A froze dead on their feet as thick and near-impregnable blast doors dropped down, blocking their path. "No!" 13 exclaimed. Izumi and the others stared in disbelief. The very same mechanisms installed to keep villains out had now trapped them in. And of course, just when things looked bad, the situation worsened. The black void from before materialized right in front of the main gate. This time around, only the mist man walked out. Even so, the students stared with apprehension. The villain's eyes swept before them, before he spoke. "Good, you are all accounted for," said the mist man. "Everyone, stand behind me," shouted 13. She stepped in front of the class and aimed her fingers towards the mist man. The fingertips of her suit snapped open and, in the matter of an instant, a powerful gust of wind started beeping the air in front. It was 13's quirk in action, Black Hole. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," mused Kurogiri, raising a hand. From his limb, a shield of black void formed. Before anyone could react, a powerful wind started to drag the students behind them. They all looked back and, to their horror, a small black hole promised to swallow them whole. "Damn it," swore 13 as she deactivated her quirk. "I suggest you surrender peacefully," Kurogiri said. "There is no need to." Boom. Everyone shuddered just as a blur of something shot towards Kurogiri. It was none other than Bakugo. Kurogiri didn't flinch and raised a hand. Before he did anything, Bakugo raised a hand and produced a bright light, which momentarily blinded the villain. Taking his opportunity, Bakugo exploded forward and punched Kurogiri, or at least, the black mist that used to be the villain. "What the?" Bakugo mumbled, only to be swallowed inside a black void. "Bakugo!" shouted Izumi in horror. But there was no time to worry about Bakugo as he vanished. Kurogiri's form exploded outwards and dropped onto the ground. He looked like one large shadow for a moment. In an instant, there was black mist at their feet, and they were falling. "Shit!" someone shouted. Izumi watched as a feeling of free fall took over. Like the others, she was falling, only to feel her weight disappear and float. She snapped her head to a side just to see a terrified Ochako using her quirk to keep Izumi and Iida floating upwards. The look of fear awoke something within Izumi. "Ochako!" Izumi shouted. She tried to roll midair towards her friend. A hand reached out. Ochako raised a hand, her brown eyes filled with desperation as her lower half sunk into the darkness. Their fingers touched. Hope swelled in Izumi's gut and Ochako was swallowed by the pitch blackness. Izumi felt gravity return. Her body dropped down, but instead of the void of the villain, it was firm ground. Next to him, Iida dropped on his knees, staring at where Ochako had been. "No," whispered Izumi. Kurogiri reformed back in front of the main gate. "As I was saying, there was no need to make this more difficult," said the villain. "Now, I suggest you." Slam. It came as lightning, and punched 10 times as hard. Kurogiri felt a wave of pain take over as his body broke in multiple parts. He couldn't comprehend what had happened. One moment he had been standing, the next there was a bright of light and... "Where did you take the others?" Izumi shouted, standing over the injured villain. "How?" thought Kurogiri, his body unresponsive. His attention was drawn to the rabbit girl's eyes. They were no longer purple. Instead, they were twin glowing green suns of unlimited fury and, for once, Kurogiri worried about his master's plan. Izumi raised Kurogiri with her hand, lighting bolts racing around her glowing body. The air almost cracked with Izumi's rage. "Where did you send them?" she roared. Kurogiri groaned as Izumi slammed him against the ground and shouted once again. "Where did you send Ochako?" The shadow villain wasn't saying anything. In fact, he remained on the ground as little more than a mass of darkness with his golden eyes bright with malice staring straight at Izumi. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking or feeling, or if he was actually feeling anything. Furious, Izumi grabbed the metal collar of the villain, the only tangible part of him, and slammed him against the ground. The villain groaned in pain. "Izumi, enough!" "Izumi!" Iida called. He had to forcibly pry Izumi from the crumpled villain. "Damn it!" Izumi said and broke into pacing in front of Iida. Izumi didn't know what to do. A part of her wanted to curl up and cry. The vast majority of her, however, wanted to curb stomp the villain until he told them everything. Iida glanced worriedly at her, all while keeping an eye on the villain. What do they want with us? What are they going to do with the others? Izumi thought, her imagination playing horrifying scenarios. What are they going to do Ochako? That made her blood freeze. Ochako had saved her at the last moment, and for all Izumi knew she might have been caught by the worst scum on earth. They could be doing all sorts of things to her. No, don't think like that. Think Izumi, think, she urged herself. Izumi and Class 1A had long learned the key to engaging villains, after all, first, assessment. They needed to learn and understand what they are up against. On that part, Izumi knew she had more than enough experience. Years stalking and studying heroes were finally bearing fruit. His quirk, it is an unprecedented space-defying quirk, like some kind of portal or gate quirk, Izumi summarized, still marching back and forth. But the scope of his power is impossible. He brought an army and then he captured Class 1A without a single break. Izumi frowned. There was no way his quirk was that powerful, capable of moving around the country or maybe the city untroubled. It would have proven to be a far too dangerous weapon, and villains would have used it already. For the first time since the engagement, Izumi looked at the captured mist villain and actually studied him. Lying on the ground, Izumi's first thought was just how weird the shadow villain was. For starters, the living fog appearance was rather new to Izumi, and that was surprising in of itself given how many quirks she had witnessed. The second thing that caught Izumi's attention was his attire, a metal brace around the neck. There was nothing else he was wearing. Izumi shook her head and gritted her teeth. I am wasting time, I need to do something, she thought, frustrated. Think, Izumi, what limitations could he have? Range, I have no idea where the villains were waiting. Did this villain need to know the place he was going to? Pondered the rabbit girl. Iida, Izumi softly said. We need to escape and call for help. Iida blinked. You suggest we abandon our classmates and teachers? Iida asked, outraged. I am asking to drag this guy to the nearest police station before he can escape. Izumi shouted, pointing at the villain. Look at this place, Iida. This guy probably is the villain's ticket out of here. Without him, they will all be trapped here. Iida didn't react at first before he frowned. He clenched his hands into fists, visibly against the idea of abandoning their teachers. However, by the pained look on his face, Izumi could tell that Iida knew she was right. Suddenly, Izumi froze and her ears perked up. Iida immediately stared at her, intrigued. Wait, Izumi said, I heard. She leaned to a side, her ears moving around like radars. There, an explosion. Izumi rushed to the stairway, and atop the long way down, she studied the ruins zone. There, in the large open area that consisted of broken down buildings rose a large explosion cloud. Not only that, Izumi grinned. She had never thought she would ever be relieved to hear that voice. Dai managed to make out Izumi. What do you hear? Iida asked. Bakugo, Izumi exclaimed. Look, Iida suddenly said, pointing at the landslide zone. That must be Todoroki. And he was correct, for no one else could have created massive glaciers across the sloping zone. One after another, it looked like Todoroki was engaged in combat. Izumi turned to the fallen villain. He didn't take the others to their base, he scattered them across the USJ. And into ambushes, by the sounds of it, hummed a concerned Iida. There was a loud crash and Iida and Izumi looked at the downpour zone to their right. They were surprised to see a villain sent crashing out of the zone's dome and towards one of the USJ's walls. That must have been Sato or Ojiro, said Izumi, smiling. They are here fighting. Izumi felt ready to cry from relief now. Ochako must be somewhere in the USJ. Change of plans, said Izumi. We need to help our classmates. There was a massive explosion from the ruins zone, one which Iida didn't miss. What about the villain? Iida asked. We bring him with us, Izumi said. She turned to Iida. We have to find an exit to evacuate everyone, she trailed off, before adding, and we must find Yaoyorozu or 13. Iida raised an eyebrow at her. Yoayorizu might be able to create a radio or something to contact people outside, and maybe Quirk suppressing handcuffs for the shadow villain, Izumi explained. 13, on the other hand, probably knows where we should go. Iida opened his mouth to retort, only to close it. He looked at Izumi, only to sigh and nod. I cannot argue with your logic, Iida said. Izumi offered an apologetic smile. In turn, Iida replied in kind. Without another word, the tall teenager picked up the villain, keeping a wary eye on him. Where should we go first? Asked Iida. All right, Bakugo was going to admit it. Maybe the USJ wouldn't be as boring as he had first expected. Then again, the whole villain invasion hadn't been part of the curriculum. Not that Bakugo minded. He dodged a punch and delivered an explosion on the gut of yet another loser, sending the idiot back across the room. Bakugo grinned with glee as he searched for another opponent. Not far from him, the weird-haired redhead was in a punching contest with a couple of villains. The multi-armed extra, Hoji, Toshi or whatever, was engaged on a fight of his own. All in all, it was a party over at the Ruins Zone. All right you idiots, who's next? Laughed Bakugo. This time around, the few remaining villains were hesitant to engage. In all shapes and forms, some were intimidating, while others were outright pathetic. All of them, however, had piss-poor fighting stances and training. They were more thugs than anything, and they were not expecting an actual fight. By their numbers alone, Bakugo knew right then and there that whoever had organized the poor-planned invasion had hoped to overwhelm them. Given how the villains weren't going to attack, Bakugo decided to take the initiative and beat the crap out of the morons. Idiots. What did they expect would happen when faced against him? It took him only a couple of minutes before Bakugo stood triumphant over a pile of groaning and scorched villains. Bakugo laughed, gleeful. This day couldn't get any better. Suddenly, the multi-armed extra turned towards Bakugo, one of his 6 extremities turned into an ear, and spun around. Bakugo barely had time to duck as the guy delivered a 3-armed punch. To Bakugo's surprise, someone had been standing right behind him, camouflaged with the surroundings. The chameleon villain slammed against the wall and remained unconscious thereafter. Bakugo blinked only to scowl. Just great, now one of the extras had actually helped him. He looked around and noticed that all villains had been beaten up. That made him scowl even more. Things were going so great. Man, that was tough, said Shitty Hair. The redhead caressed his hands, all while smiling. Someone had been punching a lot by the looks of it. You call that tough? Scoffed Bakugo. These idiots could barely fight. He added, kicking one of the downed villains. The 2 extras' sweat dropped at Bakugo's enthusiasm. Shouldn't there be more of them? Shitty Hair asked. He looked around, frowning. I remember seeing a whole lot more of them outside. Bakugo wasn't about to say it, but Shitty Hair wasn't wrong. Octo Extra stood up straight and transformed his tentacles into ears. Bakugo took the opportunity to stretch a bit. Better to limber up. There had been an entire horde of morons out there, and Bakugo wasn't about to miss all of the action. Fighting, proclaimed Octo Extra after a minute. Huh, there is someone else out there fighting the villains? Shitty Hair asked. As if to answer his question, the wall in front of them exploded into smithereens. The 3 boys braced for a fight. Bakugo smirked, ready for more action, only to finally see who had burst in. Standing over an unconscious villain, was the last person Bakugo had expected to see at the moment. Izumi, exclaimed Shitty Hair. Guys, are you all right? Deku asked, hopping in. Bakugo glared at the stupid bunny. She was supposed to be the goddamn useless nerd, the same parasite who had been little more than a nuisance for most of his life. Yet all he could see was a merry-go-lucky and fluffy bunny girl. Yes, Bakugo had been convinced that Deku had been somehow the stupid bunny. However, he couldn't really bring himself to reconcile that truth. It was a tad annoying, actually. Yeah, more than all right. We are kicking butts and taking names, aren't we, Shoji? Shitty Hair boasted, turning to Tentacles. The 6-armed teenager looked more than happy to see the rabbit girl and gave 3 thumbs up in response. That's good, sighed Izumi. We need to help the others. In the next area, the landslide zone, is Todoroki. Man, that's a neat idea. Todoroki is one hell of a powerhouse, mused Shitty Hair. Bakugo gritted his teeth. Half ice was nothing in comparison to him. Nothing. What is the plan? Tentacles asked. Right now, we need to assist our classmates. All Might and the others are still fighting the villains at the Central Plaza, and it doesn't look good, said the damned bunny. Bakugo was ready to scoff and throw in his 2 cents, when Shitty Hair beat him to the punch. We should help then. Shitty Hair. No, said the bunny. She carried an air of finality that made Shitty Hair falter. Firstly, we would get in the way. Secondly, we need to stop these villains from using anyone as hostages, or worse, take us somewhere else. Right, a hostage could force Aizawa or All Might's hand, grumbled Shitty Hair. He puffed up, grinning. Then let's go help our classmates. From behind the bunny came in 4 eyes. Bakugo's mood only soured at that. Just when he was starting to have fun, both Deku and the guy with a stick up his ass had to ruin the party. To Bakugo's surprise, he was carrying an unconscious-looking mist man. His golden glowing eyes were apparently closed, or missing. Hey, it's that guy. The teleporting gate thingy villain, Shitty Hair pointed out. Ah, Kurishihima, Shoji, good to see you faring well, 4 Eyes said with a smile, only to turn to the explosive blonde. I see you are also here, Bakugo. Bakugo scowled. Come on guys, we must be quick. Remember what we've learned so far, the little bunny said. She turned around, carrying around an air of leadership that was just wrong. Bakugo bristled. Who the hell did she think she was? Worse, why were the extras following her lead? Go help the other extras if you want, spat Bakugo. I'll go beat the head villain. Izumi froze dead in her feet and turned towards him. Her amethyst eyes appeared to shine with anger as their gazes met. Come on Bakugo. Now is not the time to be an asshole, Shitty Hair said, with tentacles nodding. Beep off. Bakugo hissed. I don't take orders from a tranny like you, Deku. Following your useless will get us all killed. Shitty Hair. Tentacles and 4 Eyes glanced between the bunny and Bakugo, taking a step back from the two. They could tell things were about to get complicated and none had the guts to intervene. The bunny, on the other hand, clenched her fists and glared at Bakugo. Why must you always be such a growled Izumi, shaking in fury. She stomped towards Bakugo, the boys staring at her. Any other time, Bakugo was sure it would have been hilarious to see the puny bunny in such a mood, especially given how fluffy and petite she was. However, the arcs of lightning that jumped around her body, and the way her fur glowed, made Bakugo's skin hair stand on end. When was the last time he had ever seen Deku so angry? Bakugo couldn't help but stare at the little bunny. No, Deku had never lost his mood. He had always been such a pathetic loser, taking all the punishment and never being able to stand up. Izumi, on the other hand. Ha, so now that you are a girl you grow a spine, Deku. Bakugo mused. A part of him knew he was being a spiteful idiot, the rest of him was still frustrated by the fact Deku had managed to once again follow after him like the little cockroach he was. He smirked as the little bunny approached and stood in front of her. She was so short, and so fluffy, it was ridiculous anyone could feel intimidated by her. And yet, Bakugo wouldn't deny he felt apprehension swell in his gut. Do you know what, Bakugo? Spat the bunny. You can go to hell, asshole. Bakugo, and perhaps everyone else present, stared slack-jawed. Why the others had never expected the adorable ball of fluff to swear, Bakugo was still trying to reconcile the fact that Deku was actually the person swearing as well, and that was just as shocking. Truthfully, the blonde was starting to believe that Deku and Izumi were two completely different people. You were a flipping pig-headed asshole that made my entire life miserable. You picked on me, my dreams, my hopes and even my notebooks. Shouted the bunny. Bakugo found no sense of satisfaction in the bunny girl's confession. Had she slipped and revealed the truth the previous week, he would have been joyous. Now, though, it was different. But do you know what? Even if you made my life hell, I just don't give a damn, said the bunny. What I do care about are everyone else out there. Call me whatever the hell you want. Call me a tranny, a useless nerd, I don't give a damn. All I want is to help everyone else, so please, for once in your life, stick your head out of your and actually try to act like a hero. Bakugo stared, dumbfounded, at the bunny. He had never been talked like that. It was weird. You're strong, smart and have a powerful quirk, not to mention how driven you are, Izumi continued. Help me save the others, please. Even if Bakugo did feel a bit flattered by the stupid bunny's comment, his pride wouldn't allow it. He just couldn't bring himself to allow the stupid bunny to lead him. TST, why should I, Deku? Scoffed Bakugo. That was a mistake. Bakugo could only watch as the bunny's face hardened and her eyes turned emerald. It might have been his imagination, but he could have sworn that the bunny gained some height and her arms grew some muscle. Why you must always be such a prick? Spat the bunny. Listen here, you jerk. Do you remember why Maruko ended up in UA? Bakugo merely raised an eyebrow. What did that have to do with anything? Because she allegedly looked down on a quirkless boy. Far in Bakugo's back, a tiny voice told the boy that this was not heading in any good direction for him. Now, if you don't help us rescue our classmates, Bakugo, I will, Izumi faltered. She looked like whatever she wanted to say was hard for her. Her hesitation was short-lived as all signs of reluctance vanished. I will go straight to the nearest newspaper and get an exclusive interview and tell them everything. Believe me, you'll get something worse than what Maruko got. What's that supposed to mean, Deku? Scoffed Bakugo. Izumi squinted at him, gritting her teeth. It looked like she really didn't want to do this. Oh, you know, how you picked on a seemingly quirkless kid for fun. Izumi said. Bakugo frowned. A kid that is, according to nearly every single news outlet, the alleged daughter of All Might and Maruko's niece. Bakugo felt his breath catch in his throat. I bet everyone will really root for you after that. I could tell them anything and I am sure they will believe them. Shit, thought Bakugo. And our moms will know it all as well, softly added a despondent Izumi, looking at the ground. Bakugo's eyes widened and he stepped back. His fear was quickly replaced with anger. Who was this dumb bunny to threaten him like that? How dare she? No, he, do that. However, Izumi didn't flinch or falter under his scathing glare. Instead, she remained strong and glared right back at him. The blonde teenager wanted to tell off the stupid bunny, to go his own way and do things his own way, but even if he was prideful, he wasn't so stupid as to not take into account the consequences. Deku would never go through the threat, he thought. Sadly, as he stared straight into those furious eyes of the rabbit, he mentally swore. But this beeping chick isn't Deku, is he? Bakugo conceded. Hence, Bakugo did the one thing he never thought he would do, he relented. He growled, swore and muttered, only to avert his eyes and release one final, tcht, of frustration before going back to glaring at the stupid bunny. Fine, you dumb bunny, growled Bakugo. We'll do it your way. Izumi didn't smirk or relish in her victory. Instead, she sighed and her form returned back to a far cuter self. Without a word, the bunny hopped off to the broken wall and stood there, gesturing at the others to follow. Come on guys, let's go, Izumi shouted. The others need our help. The other boys followed after her. She remained there, and gave Bakugo a meaningful warning look. He cursed and hissed, but in the end trotted over to the opening, an eyebrow twitching. Stupid bunnies, muttered Bakugo. He couldn't believe he was going alone. Izumi's plan. What has the world fallen to? When Ochako fell into the darkness, the last thing she remembered seeing was Izumi's face. After that, there was only blackness. She might have believed she had died, had it not been for the feeling of gravity accelerating her downwards. The shadows quickly parted and, before she knew it, Ochako found herself falling under the light once again, over a massive lake. Ochako screamed. What else can someone do when you are falling hundreds of meters straight towards a body of water? All thoughts of Izumi and villains vanished, replaced with her impending contact with the water surface. It was perhaps out of instinct, or maybe some kind of reflex, that she slammed a hand on herself and activated her quirk. Ochako lurched upwards and all downwards acceleration disappeared. 10 feet from the water, she remained there, hovering. With her doom avoided, Ochako sighed. Only for a shark man to jump from the water and try to bite her with a dangerous jaw. Wide-eyed and shocked, Ochako rolled to the side just in the nick of time to avoid being chomped. However, there was little she could do whilst floating. The shark man missed, but all he had to do was dive away and give it another go. Ochako managed to dodge the second time and, by the third time, she worried that it would be a matter of time before the villain would manage to get a bite. When the villain shot off the water a fourth time, Ochako felt something wrap around her waist and pull her away. Dumbfounded, the girl watched as the shark villain grew smaller and she was pulled into the mock vessel at the center of the artificial lake. It took her longer than it should to realize that she wasn't just anywhere. This was the USJ's flood zone. Once she made it to the ship, some sort of mock large yacht, Ochako deactivated her quirk and plopped down on her knees on the wooden deck. She was surprised to discover that Asui was there, and that it had been her tongue which had lassoed her to the vessel. More shocking, however, was the other person on the ship. "Thanks for the save, Sue," sighed Ochako, offering a smile to the frog girl. Asui smiled, only for the Mineta Minoru of all people to start crying. "We are all going to die," sobbed Mineta. The two girls glanced at the midget before studying their surroundings. As much as Ochako didn't want to be a fatalist, being surrounded by a small troop of villains, all of which appeared prepared for the flood zone with scuba diving gear, was not exactly comforting. Her eyes wandered towards the central plaza, and up the staircase. Her mind conjured the image of Izumi. What had been her fate? Was she all right? "It would appear that we have been scattered across the USJ, Ribbit," commented Asui. "You think the others are in the other zones?" Ochako asked. "Yep, Ribbit," Asui nodded. "Only 3 of us were sent here. Did you see anyone else out there?" Ochako shook her head. "Then the portal villain sent us to the different zones, Ribbit," Asui stated matter-of-factly. "It makes sense, from a strategic point of view. These villains all look suited for water combat. Maybe the other zones have villains suited for the terrain, Ribbit." The talk of strategy reminded Ochako of Izumi, and that made her fret. It was childish and foolish, but she couldn't help but worry for Izumi, even though, admittedly, the rabbit girl probably was one of the best prepared for a villain invasion of all of them. "Is it really that smart, though?" Mineta commented, face covered in tears and snot. "Why didn't they just send us to their secret base? And why did they send you here? I mean, of all of us you are like right at home, right?" Ochako and Asui exchanged surprised faces at that. "Hey, don't look so surprised. I can make smart observations from time to time, you know," protested Mineta. "Maybe the teleporting villain can't tell who is who once they are teleporting," suggested Ochako. "I don't know, and we might never know," Asui shrugged. "In any case, even if I am better suited to the flood zone than the others, it doesn't change the fact we are outnumbered and outgunned, Ribbit." "That's right, little girls." 3 heads snapped to a side, only to find a cackling villain. Some kind of axolotl man of sorts clad in black scuba diving gear. He jumped at them with some kind of mace. From the water and over the railing, the shark man made his appearance, bearing a toothy grin and revealing his many razor-sharp teeth. All around the trio, villains crawled up the deck and rushed at them, jeering and cackling. In their eyes, they were easy prey, and they had the numbers to think so. Mineta screamed in fear and a skirmish started. The axolotl man swung his weapon at Ochako with little to no finesse. Ochako, out of instinct, sidestepped the attack and slammed a palm on the villain. The villain stepped back, a bit surprised by the slap, only to panic as he started floating upwards. He didn't get enough time to do anything before he felt arms grab him by the leg. Ochako grinned, and looked at the now stunned villains. "You've messed with the wrong girl," shouted Ochako. The villains all stared, wide-eyed, as the girl proceeded to use their fellow villain as some kind of human club. Ochako managed to smack a pair of the villains of the railing, before sending his impromptu weapon against one of the villains climbing from the bow. After that, Ochako caught a couple more of the villains by surprise and slammed her hands against them, before pushing them upwards and straight to the ceiling. Even if her hands shook and her heart raced, Ochako grinned. It looked like Maruko's hellish training had paid off. Then again, compared to the crazy rabbit hero, those thugs were pathetic. She turned back, only to stare, dumbfounded. Asui had the situation under control. She had wrapped her tongue around the shark man and was using the villain as some kind of wrecking ball against other villains. Ochako didn't stare for long, though, as more villains continued climbing from all directions. "Take this, and this, ah!" shouted Mineta in a shrilly voice as he covered a villains in sticky balls. Ochako lost track of the rest as more villains tried to get the jump on her. On and on the trio fought. The villains kept at it, stubborn and perhaps to the brink of desperation, rushing at them like cannon fodder. Just when Ochako thought the villain ranks would never end, the villains all changed strategies. They dragged their colleagues back into the water and disengaged. A panting Ochako and Asui cautiously approached the railing, only to spot the many villains glaring at them. "I don't think they expected us to give them a fight," Ochako summarized. She couldn't wait to tell Maruko and Izumi. Why would they think otherwise? "We are first years and barely starting UA, Ribbit," nodded Asui. I showed those bastards not to mess with me," Mineta slurred. "Are you all right, Mineta?" Asui asked. The poor midget was trudging around, blood trickling down his forehead. All around the deck, it was covered in sticky balls, some of which had torn scuba attires or hair. "I am peachy," said Mineta, giving a thumbs up and a dopey grin, before he slammed headfirst onto the deck. Ochako smiled. It seemed the little pervert wouldn't be entirely useless, even if so far all he did was throw sticky balls at the villains. She turned her gaze to the villains. The three of them had to do something. They couldn't just wait, or else the villains would come up with some plan. But what? What could they do? They were surrounded and it wasn't like they could outswim them. Some of them looked just as water-ready as Asui, if not more so, and there was no telling what manner of water-related quirks they possessed. I wish Izumi was here, Ochako thought. She would find a solution. Reality, though, was all she had. Izumi wasn't there, and it wouldn't do to whine about it. No, she would find a solution. Ochako could do it on her own too, without Izumi's help. Think, Ochako, think, she told herself. She looked down at the ship, grasping on the railing. What could she possibly do? Could they use a distraction of some sort? Lure the villains into a trap? And then what? It was as she stared down at the railing, and at her hands, that an idea popped into her mind. Like wildfire, the idea grew into a plan. "Guys, I think I have a plan," Ochako said. She smiled, biting her lips. "But it is going to be real crazy, and we might need you too, Mineta." When Izumi and company met up with Todoroki, it looked like he had pretty much handled everything fine on his own. All villains were trapped in ice or unconscious. Not only had Todoroki only defeated the villains, but he was halfway interrogating one of them. Izumi almost felt pity for the muscular thuggish villain encased in ice. "Damn, you sure work fast," Izumi mused, hopping over to Todoroki's side. Izumi acknowledged the boy with his usual stoic face. He looked at Iida, Kirishima and Shoji as the boys trotted over to them. His eyes focused on the mist villain, who appeared unconscious in Iida's arms. Todoroki then glared at the still swearing and whining Bakugo, who kept gritting his teeth in anger. "Don't mind him. We nearly had to drag him here," said Izumi. Before Todoroki could comment, Izumi interrupted him. "What's the situation here?" She looked around. "Didn't you arrive with anyone else?" "Not that I remember," Todoroki stated. "As for the villains, I have dealt with all them here." In response, Izumi's rabbit ears perked up and searched the area. "Actually, you missed too. Over there," Izumi said, pointing behind Todoroki. The ice user glared at the spot and turned in the direction Izumi had indicated. The temperature started dropping when all of a sudden none other than Aoyama and Hagakure, or at least a pair of floating gloves, burst from their hiding spot and cried at them to stop. "Nous sommes Amos. Don't kill us," yelled a pale and terrified Aoyama. "Yeah, we are friendlies," Hagakure shouted. Todoroki blinked, perplexed, while Izumi chuckled. Izumi gestured for their classmates to join them, which they did without much protest. In fact, Aoyama and Hagakure dropped on the floor with visible relief. "Why didn't you say anything?" Todoroki said, still confused. "Are you crazy? Before we could say anything, you went all crazy about bringing the next flipping ice age. We had to run for our lives," Hagakure exclaimed. To his credit, Todoroki did look rather bothered by that. "I apologize," slowly said the dichromatic boy. "Enough of that," Izumi told them. She glanced at the frozen villain Todoroki had been interrogating, who in turn looked at Izumi. He appeared rather amused by Izumi's appearance. Big and burly, he didn't look much more than a lowlife thug. "Did he say anything?" Izumi asked Todoroki. "Only that their plan involved capturing us and killing All Might," replied the stoic boy. "From what I've gathered, this invasion was poorly planned." "Yeah, I have the same feeling about it," Izumi hummed. "But I think they have the means to kill All Might." "So do I. The villains appear convinced that they can bring All Might down," nodded Todoroki. "We should assist the teachers." Izumi pondered about it. They had already gathered more than enough numbers to change plans. Not only that, but they had amassed a few of the class powerhouses, like Bakugo and Todoroki. However, time was of the essence. If they wanted to help, they would need to act quickly. "The last thing we need is to get in the way, especially between All Might and that Birdman villain," said Izumi. "But we also need to help them. Todoroki, you, Aoyama and Shoji should head to the central plaza. Try to harass the villains from afar. Shoji, you'll be their eyes and ears. You can't allow any villain to get close to them." The three boys nodded, although Aoyama looked far less sparkly and eager to separate from the others. "Hagakure, go with them and watch their backs," Izumi told the invisible girl. "Iida, Bakugo and I are the fastest here. We'll cover more ground and check the other zones for the rest of our class." Izumi sent a warning glare to Bakugo, who glared back. The blonde probably wanted to be in Todoroki's place. However, Izumi couldn't allow it. When it came to the villains at the central plaza, Izumi didn't want to risk messing the teachers fighting. Bakugo might have been strong, but he was a close-quarter fighter, and the Birdman villain could probably swat Bakugo to Kingdom Come. "We should take the villain," Shoji said, pointing at Iida. "I think the central plaza is the last plaza he should be heading to," Izumi said. "No, we'll take him. We need to find Yaoyorozu and have her build Quirk suppressing handcuffs. I don't think even ice will hold him back if he regains consciousness." No one spoke after that. Izumi impatiently looked at her peers, who appeared unsure. She thumped her feet and took a deep breath. Was she taking the right choice? Should they focus on finding the others? Maybe if they found 13 she could turn the tide of the fight. Izumi shook her head. They couldn't waste any more time. "Let's go everyone," Izumi said. The group of teenagers split off, with Todoroki commanding his own little group, while Izumi, followed by Bakugo and Iida, hurried across the rocky slope of the landslide zone. Being only the three of them, they moved rather quickly. Sadly, Bakugo's movement was far from inconspicuous. "Bakugo, move from the central plaza. We'll head straight in," Izumi said. "You aren't the boss of me, you hear me?" growled the explosive blonde. For all his whining, however, Bakugo did as told. Izumi and Iida might have sweat dropped at the blonde boy's frustrating lack of teamwork, but the situation was rather dire to get distracted by that. Izumi and Iida didn't take long to jump out of the landslide zone and climb up the mountain zone. Made of rock and stone, there were no villains in their way. Heading straight to the center, Izumi started to wonder if anyone had actually been sent to that particular zone when she saw it. Across a rather large plateau, dozens upon dozens of villains laid unconscious and immobile. However, at the center of the rocky area remained one villain standing, and he appeared to be holding the UA students in a stalemate. Yaoyorozu and Jiro stood a distance away from the tall muscular villain, Yaoyorozu covering herself with some kind of thick blanket all while glaring at the villain, while Jiro gritted her teeth in frustration. Izumi could understand why they couldn't fight the villain head-on. Held in one hand, and threatened with lightning bolts from the other, the villain appeared to have taken a rather dumb-looking Kaminari hostage. "Now surrender, little girls, and I might be merciful," said the villain. His tone was anything but honest, and there was a disgusting tone dripping in his words that made Izumi's stomach twirl. "Drop your weapons or the moron here gets it." Izumi glanced at Iida. He looked serious and stern. She signaled him to stay back. Reluctantly, he nodded. Izumi hopped off her hiding zone. It was a good thing her padded feet were rather silent. Yaoyorozu and Jiro didn't spot her until Izumi had stopped a good 20 feet away and come lit with one for all. She shot forward like a lightning bolt. Huh, what the, Pam. And just like that, Kaminari was saved and a villain was sent straight to a stone wall. Buried halfway through the hard rock, he would not be waking up anytime soon. Izumi, cried Jiro and Yaoyorozu, rushing to the rabbit girl. Izumi stood there, grinning, only to realize that one of the two girls was getting really close. Sadly, it was too late. Arg, squawked Izumi as she was hugged tightly and suffocated against Yaoyorozu's ample bosom. There was something else, however, that made Izumi desperate to pry herself from Yaoyorozu, the fact the tall girl's costume was in tatters. Momo, you are naked, hissed Jiro. Only then did the rich girl realize her current state of undress and pushed the rabbit girl back, blushing, before covering herself. Iida, once he joined them, made it a point to busy himself with the downed villains instead of addressing the girls. Sorry about that, said an embarrassed Yaoyorozu. You sure came in at the right moment, Jiro said with a smile. Izumi glanced at Kaminari, who was going around like an idiot. For some reason, he insisted in saying, "Way," with thumbs up. What happened to him? Izumi wondered. He might have gotten carried away with his quirk and, short circuit. Mused Yaoyorozu. He looked like an idiot, Jiro laughed. A pity I don't have my cell phone here to take pictures. It was in that moment that an explosion interrupted them and a familiar blonde joined the group. Bakugo returned with a huff and with an unconscious villain. Someone had a bit of fun on the way to them. There were a bunch of these idiots running away, muttered the blonde. Deserters, concluded Izumi. She turned to Jiro and Yaoyorozu. Not bad, girls. What can we say? Said a smirking Jiro. We kick ass. Izumi chuckled and nodded. However, she turned to the rich girl, looking serious. Yaoyorozu, we need quirk suppressing handcuffs, Izumi said. I believe we need quite a few of them, said Yaoyorozu, looking around. These villains can wait. That one, Izumi replied, pointing at Iida, or rather the mist villain in his arms. That villain can't wait. That's the mist villain, gasped Jiro. How did? Izumi just gave them a sheepish smile. Jiro laughed while Yaoyorozu giggled. They could hazard a guess about how it all went down between Izumi and the mist villain. Right, quirk suppressing handcuffs coming up, Yaoyorozu said. The tall girl's chest started glowing and, like Iida, Izumi looked away and decided to study the fallen villains. As she did so, however, she faced straight to the central plaza and the flood zone behind. Her eyes widened at what she saw at the flood zone. She wasn't the only one. What is happening over there? Gasped a shocked Iida. Jiro went to stand next to Izumi, blinking at the weird sight in the distance. Is that a floating ship? Jiro wondered. Ochako, whispered Izumi. It must have been her. Thinking about Ochako made Izumi's heart skip a beat. Not only that, but a wave of relief washed over her knowing where Infinity Girl was. However, before Izumi could think more about her friend, she realized that there was something else going on with the ship. It was hard to tell from their distance, but Izumi was sure that something appeared to rain down on the water below them. Wait, were those Monetta's balls? Round face is doing that? Asked Bakugo with a raised eyebrow. Why the? He was cut off by the ship, which had climbed high into the air, suddenly regaining its gravity and dropping down. Something appeared to jump of the ship at the last moment, all while the falling ship caused a crater on the water surface, before all villains swimming around were pulled in. It was only then that Izumi realized that as they smacked onto the ship at the center of the turmoil, they got stuck on Monetta's balls. Go Ochako, chuckled Izumi. Handcuffs ready, Yaoyorozu said. Great work, Yaoyorozu, I knew that, arg. Iida was saying, turning around, only to see that Yaoyorozu wasn't covering herself anymore. Sorry, squeaked a red-faced rich girl. Izumi turned towards Iida to tell him to hand over the villain over to Jiro, when she noticed a critical detail. Iida, where's the mist villain? Izumi asked. Iida blinked, looked down at his arms, and then at Izumi. "Oh, you've got to be shitting me, Four Eyes," swore a particularly angry explosive blonde. All Might had his number of tough fights. There were villains who had created means to temporarily weaken him, and sometimes he fought incredibly powerful villains. There was one villain in particular who had proven to be the strongest and toughest opponent All Might had ever faced. Not coincidentally, he had been the same one who had wounded the symbol of peace and left him the shell of the #1 hero that he was. This bird man, Nomu, was a close second, if only because of how frustratingly invulnerable he was. No matter how many powerful punches All Might delivered, Nomu would take it head-on without flinching. Nomu's own punches were a force to be reckoned with. Thankfully, the Nomu was more beast than man. His fighting style was unrefined, and blocking and dodging were easy for All Might. The problem, sadly, was that the fight had turned a contest of endurance, and by the looks of it, All Might would not come on top from such a fight. All Might's time was already limited, without adding how overexerted he was. He wasn't sure how long he could last, but he was certain Nomu would outlast him. The few lucky punches to his wound didn't help matters either. Truly, All Might's opponent was a real mystery, and a terrible shock. He had strength, resistance, and a stubbornness that made for a terrifying combination. All Might was actually more baffled by the lack of information on Nomu. A villain like him, after all, would probably have been a real problem before. Then again, All Might couldn't recall hearing about the teleporting gate villain either, so that made for two shocks in one day. While All Might tried to keep the Nomu creature occupied, Aizawa and Maruko fought through the hordes of villains. They were relentless in their attack, and the more Nomu stood its ground against All Might, the bolder they got. Finally, All Might found an opening and, instead of punching Nomu like he had been doing, delivered an upper kick. While the Nomu didn't appear to react to what might have obliterated a normal person, it sent the giant of a creature high in the air and away from the plaza. That is to say, it allowed All Might to gain a short breather. Maruko and Aizawa hurried over to him, eyes focused on the remaining villains. They too needed a breather, and no villain dared came anywhere near All Might. The two heroes were sweaty and breathing hard, while the villains were amassing purple eyes and bruises. Even if the fighting was one-sided, their fight was also a matter of endurance, and the small army of villains would outlast them without doubt. All Might glanced at the creepy villain at the sidelines. He kept giggling like a real creep and giving the #1 hero the shivers. Just what was that guy's problem? "Hey, Maruko, how are you holding up?" All Might asked. "I can keep this up for hours." "What about you, old man? Need a nap or something?" Maruko countered. "Oh, I am peachy here," replied All Might with a smirk. "My, is it my imagination or are you short of breath?" "That's your age, old man," huffed Maruko. "This isn't going well," Aizawa interrupted the two. He squinted at the mass of villains around them. "We will need to change strategies if we are to survive." All Might and Maruko remained quiet. Neither liked the idea of defeat, but it seemed that was the only outcome of this endless fighting. The villains weren't stronger, but they sure were going to last longer than them. However, before they could come up with a plan, Nomu materialized next to All Might, bringing with him a powerful gust of wind that knocked Maruko and Aizawa back. All Might stood his ground, and Nomu punched. The #1 hero failed to block, and was hit on his old injury. He was sent back, dropping to one of the knees, and gritted his teeth as pain flared. All Might rubbed his mouth and ignored the blood slowly dripping out of his lips. "This is bad," he thought. "Damn it, how long can we last like this?" He closed his eyes. Whatever the outcome, he just hoped his successor would do the smart thing and escape. Unfortunately, Nomu wasn't finished with All Might. "I can't believe that worked," exclaimed Ochako. Asui, hopping like a frog next to the brunette, silently nodded. Under her arm was an unconscious Mineta, with blood still rolling down from his scalp. The two girls were wet, tired and, above all, afraid. However, Ochako would be lying if she said she wasn't a bit exhilarated. Their escape from the villains had worked far better than they had hoped, and now their way was almost clear. To a side, they had the artificial lake. On the other, stood the tall dome of the downpour zone. They could see the central plaza ahead, or rather the rows of trees and bushes lining up the area, alongside the long stairway out of the USJ. Given how they knew no other exit other than the main one, Ochako had insisted on going there. Asui had pointed out the obvious. The way had been shut by security measures and it would probably be heavily guarded by villains. Still, Ochako was mostly hopeful she would meet up with Izumi and others, or find some alternative route. All other zones were bound to be crawling with villains after all. Speaking of which, that isn't good, Ribbit, Asui said. Both Ochako and Asui froze dead on their feet and stared dead ahead. They had come across the entrance to the downpour zone, a large metal gateway that led into a dark corridor which was guarded by a quartet of thuggish villains. Truly, they might have looked intimidating, but Ochako had noted they didn't have powerful quirks, or any good fighting skills. Of course, there was always the possibility there was a really dangerous madman amongst them. "They spotted us," said Ochako, and indeed, the villains had merely glanced to a side, seen them and immediately charged towards them. Asui and Ochako braced for a fight. The frog girl unceremoniously dropped the unconscious dwarf and went on all fours, ready to jump. Ochako, in turn, raised her fists much like a boxer, as she had been taught by Maruko. The villains stopped a few feet away and smirked with confidence. They jeered and sneered at them, cracking knuckles or flexing their arms. Just as the villains were about to lunge at them, a shadow attacked them. The surprised thugs failed to properly respond to the shadow creature, who grabbed one of them and sent him flying towards the flood zone. Asui and Ochako saw their chance and charged. The frog girl delivered a powerful kick to one of the startled villains, while Ochako dodged a punch and executed a perfect quirk-enhanced throw over her shoulder towards the flood zone. The villain screamed all the way in its untroubled way upwards. The last villain tried to run away, only for the shadow creature, which happened to be Tokiyami's dark shadow, to grab the thug and throw him into the water. From the downpour zone, Tokiyami and Kota hurried out of the entrance, drenched like the girls. Leaning against Kota's shoulder and with his eyes rolled back, Ochako saw Sato. Drool came off the side of his mouth and he appeared to be mumbling to himself. "Guys," Ochako called, glad to see her classmates. "What happened to him?" Tokiyami and Kota glanced at Sato, who in turn muttered a garbled mess of words that what sounded like, "sweet dreams," and, "made of this." "He went past his limit," Tokiyami stated matter-of-factly. "I presume the same happened to him." His beak was aimed towards Mineta. The little midget was no doubt dreaming about something perverted, for he had one of those creepy smiles of his. "You could say that," sheepishly replied Ochako. She glanced towards the central plaza, where she could hear the sound of fighting. Was it the right choice to press forward in that direction? Shouldn't they help the others? They could be in the other zones, after all. Still, that would be running around the flood zone and probably face any lingering villains that had managed to escape from them. So, what now, Ribbit? Asui wondered, looking around. "We should press on. The teachers are engaged in a fearsome battle and we must aid them, before it is too late," Tokiyami hummed in his usual somber voice. Ochako wasn't sure that was such a good idea. She was rather apprehensive of the large bird man that was giving All Might a hard time as far as they had seen. Although she was aware that no one could hope to beat All Might, a part of her worried nonetheless. By the looks of it, Kota and Asui shared her opinion on the matter. "Is that a good idea?" Asui asked. "If there are any villains capable of defeating the teachers, I doubt there is much we can do, Ribbit." "One man can tip the scales of destiny," Tokiyami rebutted. "We might not have the power to face powerful villains, but we might offer assistance in other ways. Moreover, if any villains do defeat the teachers, our classmates will be next." Ochako felt a knot form on her neck. Tokiyami was right on that last part. Odds were that their classmates were at the other zones, and they might still be fighting. If the teachers failed to contain the situation, then there was no telling what could happen to their fellow students, especially if the villain succeeded in beating All Might. Ochako shuddered at the thought of facing the bird man. "You do understand we could make matters worse, don't you? We should try to find a way to get help instead, Ribbit," Asui said. Kota nodded, agreeing with the frog girl. Ochako, on the other hand, grimaced. In her opinion, it wasn't a better idea than Tokiyami's. The USJ was a bit isolated, and whoever had to go help would no doubt need to go far, and that alone would be time-consuming unless they got the likes of Iida, Izumi or even Bakugo. Additionally, in the time someone left and actually found help, it would take time to muster a large enough force to deal with so many villains. What truly concerned Ochako was another matter altogether, or rather one particular individual, the Mist Villain. Even if they did get help and it organized quickly enough, the Mist Villain could easily just take his comrades away, and maybe drag with them students. Perhaps it would be best to make sure no student was captured. Given how lackluster the villains proved to be in regards to fighting, maybe there was a good chance they could actually fight back and help their peers. The problem was, Ochako got the impression that the villains facing off against their teachers were on an entire level of their own. "What do you think, Ochako?" Asui asked. Ochako looked at her classmates, staring straight at her. Tokiyami and Asui's gazes were sharp and penetrating, filled with determination and a level of stoicism that Ochako could only envy. Kota, on the other hand, looked panicky and terrified. Sato and Mineta, well, they were lost in their own worlds. Well, Ochako mumbled, unsure what to reply. "Think, Ochako, what should we do?" She told herself. If only we knew more about the situation. She blinked. That was it, wasn't it? "I say we get close and check how things are going," Ochako finally said. "For all we know, All Might cleaned house and he dealt with all villains," she grimaced, "or they might desperately need at least some form of distraction. If it is the worst case scenario, and she prayed it wasn't, we can run back here and go help the others." Tokiyami hummed, stroking his beak, before nodding. "That sounds wise," he said. "I agree, Ribbit," Asui added. Kota, on the other hand, looked miserable at the idea of approaching the central plaza. With a decision made, the group moved towards the central plaza. The sounds of fighting got stronger and they started to make out movement behind the bushes and trees. They didn't get far, however, before a massive pillar of ice rose high into the air and split the central plaza in half. The USJ shook under the glacier that formed. "That must have been Todoroki," shouted Ochako. At once, all sense of care disappeared and they run forward. Finally, they made it around a corner and froze at what they saw. Their blood run cold by what they witnessed. On one knee and blood streaming down his mouth, was an impossible sight, an injured and weakened All Might. In fact, the number one hero looked in pain, holding a side of his body and gritting his teeth. His breath was heavy, and his eyes looked unfocused. Never before had Ochako ever seen the hero in such a state. She didn't think it was possible. On each side, a sweaty Aizawa and a panting Maruko were trying to help All Might up. In front of the trio, at a fair distance, Todoroki's glacier had managed to separate the villains, at least the ones still standing, from the heroes. Coming from the landslide zone, Todoroki, Shoji and Aoyama sprinted towards the heroes, looking winded and worried. The once pristine white ground was all broken and cracked, and the students had to circle around various fallen villains, some of who appeared still conscious and groaning. "Come on, old man," Maruko wheezed. "We need to move." Ochako was snapped out of her shock by Tokiyami and Asui, with Mineta in her arms, moving forward. The brunette followed after, hanging a bit slower to accompany Kota carrying the still mumbling Sato. "What are you lot doing here?" Aizawa asked. It really showed the severity of the situation when Aizawa couldn't manage his usual glares. "The Mist Villain, he spread across the USJ zones," said Todoroki. He stood there, gritting his teeth and staring at All Might. "I apologize for not intervening sooner. I just didn't see an opening to." "No," said All Might, before breaking into a bloody cough that made everyone wince. The cough sounded awful. The hero glanced at his hand, tainted red, and tried to hide it and pull a confident smile. However, the students were far from convinced. "It wasn't your duty to intervene," All Might said. "Where is 13? You should have left this place already," Aizawa said. "She was taken with the others." "She must be in one of the zones," said Shoji. "Enough chit-chat," Maruko exclaimed. "We need to get out of here before." But it was too late. Leaving already, everyone felt their blood freeze in their veins as behind them, cutting them off from their escape, appeared a dark portal. Ochako and the others stepped back, stricken by a sense of déjà vu, as the Birdman stomped out, its blank stupid face fixed towards All Might. Behind the dark-skinned creature appeared the leader with the hand-shaped mask. The dark portal shrunk back into the form of the mist villain. Oh no, if he is here, then what happened to Izumi? Ochako wondered, staring at the mist villain. Ochako then realized that in trying to save Izumi, she might have doomed her to a worse fate. With perhaps only Iida and Izumi against the teleporting villain, there was no telling what had happened. Shigaraki, we should attempt to finish this quickly, the mist villain said. The other students are probably overwhelming what remains of our forces. It won't take long until they come here. Those damn pathetic mobs, scoffed the other villain, the one called Shigaraki apparently. He started scratching his neck. Damn you, Kurogiri, if you hadn't failed and gotten yourself captured like a pathetic weeb, growled the villain. For a moment, the villain didn't say anything. He kept scratching himself over and over, each time harder and faster. Ochako felt the hair on her neck stand on end at the creepiness of it all. Fine, I guess we should wrap this up, spat the villain, finally ceasing his scratching. Everyone stiffened at that. However, Shigaraki grinned, earning what appeared to be a glare from Kurogiri. I think we can play a bit more. He raised a hand towards All Might. Nomu, finish Maruko and Eraserhead, Shigaraki commanded. Make it painful, but keep them alive. The creature didn't say anything. Instead, it kneeled forward and vanished in one leap. The students gasped and watched, wide-eyed. Adrenaline pumped into their veins and braced for the worst. The pro-heroes, on the other hand, moved away, preparing for an attack. Unfortunately, there was nothing that could be done. Nomu almost materialized in front of a shocked Aizawa and, before the homeroom teacher could react, grabbed the pro-hero by the head and slammed Aizawa's face into the ground. There was horrible crunching sound of something breaking. Nomu released the unmoving teacher and turned towards Maruko. A pool of blood spread beneath Aizawa's face. Not so fast, shouted All Might, charging at Nomu. The dark-skinned creature turned towards the number one hero, only to receive one of Might's punch straight to the face. To All Might's credit, the punch did push Nomu a few feet back. Heck, the creature's entire face looked disfigured by the punch. All Might, however, wasn't done. He gritted his teeth and kept punching, each punch sending the Birdman back further and further. The creature tried to block and deflect, but his attempts were clumsy and unrefined. It had power, but it lacked proper training and fighting skills. Ochako felt her hopes lifting. The Nomu was being pushed back and All Might, with a furious glare, looked unbeatable. Finally, All Might reared one fist and Ochako swore she saw the same energy veins that covered Izumi when she powered up. There were even faint hints of lightning bolts. However, the glow of the veins and skin were far weaker than Izumi's. When All Might punched, Nomu failed to block and was sent backwards, straight towards the glacier Todoroki had built. The monster was clearly heavy, for it barely rose from the ground. It struck the ice like a cannonball, and made the central plaza shake. For a brief moment, there was only silence. Ochako and the others would have cheered, hadn't All Might proceeded to kneel over and cough violent. Worse, steam was starting to rise from his back. Thus, the students watched, paralyzed, as the number one hero retched and coughed blood on the ground. There was a loud crash, and everyone snapped their heads towards the ice. Ochako, and everyone else watching, stared in disbelief and with mounting horror as the dark silhouette of Nomu stomped forward. A series of creaking sounds ensued as the monster's face readjusted back to its former self all on its own. Bones of the arms, chest and neck clicked and cracked back into position, and whatever patches of skin had been torn off grew back. That thing can take on All Might and regenerate. Ochako thought in disbelief. All Might glared at the creature, and tried to rise. His legs, however, failed him and he dropped on his knees. He could only helplessly watch as Nomu, finally healed, vanished in a blur of movement. No, weakly wheezed All Might. Shigaraki cackled. Yes, All Might, it is helpless. There is nothing you can do. Laughed the villain. What's the matter, All Might? Can't save everyone. Shigaraki, we must hurry, cautioned Kurogiri. No, I want to relish this moment, growled Shigaraki, glaring murderously at the mist villain. There might not be another chance. Maruko was jumping towards All Might when Nomu appeared in front of her. She managed to dodge the first punch, and tried to jump away, only for Nomu to reappear behind her. Caught mid-leap, Maruko could only readjust her body. A muscular arm slammed against her and sent her flying. Everyone watched as the rabbit hero skipped 4 times on the hard floor before crashing onto a tree. "Oi! I said not to kill them yet," spat Shigaraki. "The master warned you not to expect Nomu to follow complex commands," Kurogiri remarked. "It wasn't a complex order." "Damn it, he's ruining all the fun," hissed Shigaraki. His bad mood, however, was replaced with glee as his red eyes fixated on the students. "Oh well, guess we move on to the second course." He looked at All Might. "Which student first, All Might? Pick one. Who will you fail to save from me?" Todoroki reacted by slamming a hand on the ground and forming an ice wall that rushed towards Shigaraki. It sadly had the effect of destroying the stairway towards the exit. To make matters worse, both villains reappeared not far away unscathed. "Why thank you, brat, for trapping you all here," laughed Shigaraki. Todoroki glared at the villain but didn't say anything. He wasn't dissuaded and kept trying to pin down the villains. Sadly, with someone with Kurogiri pulling the 2 villains away and even redirecting attacks back at Todoroki, it seemed there wasn't much the young man could do. Ochako also noticed Todoroki's attacks were getting smaller, and that frost was starting to gather on his right arm. Throughout it all, Shigaraki remained pensive, even as he jumped from portal to portal avoiding Todoroki's charging walls of ice. Who should I kill first? Shigaraki wondered. Following Todoroki's example, Aoyama and Tokiyami tried to attack. It ended up with Kurogiri creating a portal that redirected Aoyama's laser towards Tokiyami's dark shadow. Asui tried to jump towards the villain, only for Shoji to hold her back, warily staring at Shigaraki. Ochako could almost read Shoji's thoughts. They didn't know Shigaraki's quirk, after all, and something about that guy exuded danger and to keep their distance. After a few tries, Nomu intervened to protect Shigaraki, taking on the walls of ice, punching one after another. This allowed the white-haired villain to just stand there and ponder on the matter at hand. Meanwhile, Ochako could almost feel like she was staring at some petulant child at a store, wondering what toy to demand be bought, only to be discarded after 1 or 2 times playing with it. There was an air of immaturity and arrogance that was baffling for a villain, although perhaps not for a madman. "The frog girl is too ugly. Nobody will care about the midget. The tentacle boy looks like a freak. Forget about the bird," Shigaraki said to himself. "Shigaraki, we can't delay any further," Kurogiri interrupted. "Kurogiri, interrupt me again and I will destroy you," growled Shigaraki. As the 2 villains got distracted, Ochako was startled by someone trying to call her attention. To her surprise, it was the wounded All Might. "Leave, all of you," whispered All Might. I will break the ice behind us and distract them." "But All Might," murmured Ochako. "No, I will save you," All Might said, fists clenched. No matter what. Ochako stared at the hero. Could they actually make it far? Should they just abandon All Might? Maruko was still too far away and Aizawa remained in near-critical condition. Additionally, Ochako wasn't sure All Might could pull another beating session on Nomu as he had before. He looked far too weak and injured. How had that happened? "Nomu, attack All Might," grunted Shigaraki. All Might's eyes widened, before a shadow fell on him. Nomu appeared right in front of the number 1 hero and punched. All Might blocked and managed to divert the hit from reaching his old injury, but he was unable to block the second punch, which sent him skidding backwards against the ice that blocked the path towards the stairway. "No one is leaving, All Might," tutted Shigaraki, before his eyes gleamed with delight. "I have it, you." Ochako snapped her face towards Shigaraki, only to step back, horrified. The villain was pointing straight at her. "Your face will look good in the news," Shigaraki cackled. "The girl All Might failed to save before he died. Yes, I love the ring of it." "Shigaraki," warned Kurogiri. But Shigaraki was in a world of his own. "I actually wanted to get that stupid bunny, your daughter All Might, but someone had to fail at capturing her," growled Shigaraki glaring at his companion. Kurogiri merely squinted back at his leader. Shigaraki smirked as he turned to a furious-looking All Might. "Oh, don't give me that face, All Might. I don't plan to kill her now. Oh no, I have far better plans." Shigaraki turned to the unmoving form of Maruko, smirking. "She could be just as your slut of a secretary, Maruko," laughed Shigaraki. What was her name these days? Ah, yes, Z was it. Ochako's dread swell in her chest. Izumi. The villains wanted to capture her, and to do horrible things to her. She was a bit confused about the mention of Z, but something told the brunette that whatever it was a bad history she wouldn't wish on Izumi. It was with thoughts of the rabbit girl that Ochako felt something snap in her. She clenched her fists, and gritted her teeth. No, she wouldn't allow it. She would fight to the end if she had to. "I won't." Ochako and the others watched in amazement as Maruko moved, looking straight at Shigaraki. She slowly turned her head towards Shigaraki. She had one eye closed, perhaps injured, and could barely move. Regardless, Maruko smirked at the villain with dauntless confidence, all while trying to push herself off the ground with trembling arms. "I am not done, you freak," spat Maruko. Shigaraki squinted angrily at her, but instead focused on Ochako once again. The brunette, in turn, glared back. "I guess I will be taking 2 bunnies back with me," huffed Shigaraki. "Where were we? Ah yes," he grinned, red eyes burning with malice and sadism, "your death." For someone who looked thin and feeble, the villain moved far too quickly. In fact, he became a blur of movement that startled Ochako. However, it wasn't so much his speed that concerned her, it was the fact he had vanished within one of Kurogiri's portals. "Uraraka, Ochako, behind you," exclaimed her classmates. Ochako turned her head back. Her chocolate eyes widened. There, with that horrible smile of his, was Shigaraki, a pale hand hovering over her. She had no time to react. There was nothing she could do. It was obvious that whatever Shigaraki's quirk did, it probably wouldn't be anything nice, and it required a mere touch. "Is this it?" Ochako thought. She wanted to fight still, to make sure Izumi and the others made it to safety. And yet it seemed it was the end. The villain's hand reached her, and Ochako closed her eyes. His disgusting dry fingers reached her face. And nothing happened. The villain blinked. Ochako blinked. Everyone stared, dumbfounded. The villain's surprise, however, was short-lived, as a cruel smile stretched on his face. "Good to see you are still breathing." Shigaraki looked behind Ochako, Eraserhead. From the corner of her eyes, Ochako saw the homeroom teacher struggling to keep his quirk activated. The brunette decided not to stick around. Ochako sprinted away, only to find the villain porting out of a dark gate in front. "Nomu, take care of Eraserhead." Shigaraki cackled, rushing towards Ochako. Todoroki and Aoyama tried shooting at a laughing Shigaraki, but their attempts failed. The villain would just jump to a side, straight into a dark portal, before reappearing closer to Ochako. Tokiyami and Asui tried to attack Kurogiri, but the mist villain merely teleported away to a safe distance. Meanwhile, Shoji was working on moving the bleeding Aizawa away from the stomping behemoth, all while Hagakure, who Ochako had failed to notice the first time around, sneakily went to help Maruko, who was struggling to get back on her feet. Somewhere through all of the chaos, Sato and Mineta were slowly recovering and trying to make heads and tails of what they were seeing, and All Might watched, helpless to do anything. Finally, the chase came to an end. Ochako was running away, when Shigaraki appeared in front of her. She tried to jump away, but the inertia carried her forward, straight towards Shigaraki's hand. This time, with all the confusion going all around her and with Eraserhead clearly unconscious from his last-ditch effort, no one could save her. The villain, his upper body coming off a portal, smirked in triumph. Aoyama tried to shoot at Shigaraki and, to his credit, he might have had hit him, hadn't a black mist suddenly shielded Shigaraki. The laser bolt did found a target, but it was Todoroki's back, thanks to one of Kurogiri's tiny black mist portals. Todoroki hissed and dropped to a knee, a black burn on his back, all while Aoyama gasped, horrified about what he had unwillingly done. Shigaraki was truly enjoying himself, and was about to slap his hand on Ochako, who gritted her teeth and prepared to grab the limb, when a bright light intervened. Hands off. Shigaraki didn't how it happened. One moment he was about to give the touch of death to the brunette, the next he was staring at furious emerald eyes. He would later recall seeing a gray blur give its back towards him as his hand was caught by a pair of furry arms. They were rather small, and it probably would have been impossible for a puny thing to do much against him. And yet, next thing Shigaraki knew, he was pulled out of the portal and over the newcomer's shoulder and up into the air. It was one hell of a throw, one that sent him flying away from his target. To think a tiny rabbit girl had executed it. He was sent straight towards the ice glacier Todoroki had first created. He would have crushed against the ice, were it not for Nomu intercepting the young man in the blink of an eye. Of course, the creature being such a dolt, it failed to properly grab Shigaraki and he slammed against the creature's chest instead. Ochako knew exactly who had come to her rescue and yet she couldn't believe it. Izumi, Ochako cried, tears brimming in her eyes. Izumi dropped in front of the brunette and grinned. Her form appeared to deflated, all while her emerald eyes gave way to amethyst eyes shining with glee. In an instant, Ochako had her arms wrapped around the rabbit girl and held her tightly. Good to see you in one piece, Infinity Girl, came Izumi's muffled voice against Ochako's chest. I was so worried, Ochako said, tightening her hold on Izumi. I thought you might have. Before she could continue pouring her heart out, Shigaraki interrupted them with a loud scream of pain. Ochako and Izumi stepped apart and snapped their heads to the villain. Shigaraki was no longer smiling or enjoying himself. In fact, he had a strange look of indignant anger. Without the hand mask, his face was entirely visible, and Ochako had to hand it to Shigaraki. That mask sure was making him a favor. No, no, Shigaraki screeched and screamed, all while held by Nomu. He kept scratching his face. No. Ochako, we need to take down the bird thing, Izumi whispered. Ochako nodded, only to frown. It's called a Nomu, she whispered back. And it has a powerful regeneration ability. Not only that, but it can take All Might's punches. Strong, resistant and with fast healing, just great, grumbled Izumi. What's the plan? Ochako asked. Izumi scrunched her face in a frown, and looked at Ochako. I don't know if we could pull it off but, she trailed off, unsure. How about a special combo? Izumi smiled and a sense of hope swelled in Ochako's gut. You give him a lift off and I give him a push. Joked Izumi. Ochako frowned back at the rabbit girl, confused. She was going to understand one hell of a lot more than that if they were going to defeat the same villain that had put All Might to his knees. However, it seemed their time had run out. Kill them both, Nomu, screeched Shigaraki, pointing a finger at Ochako and Izumi. Nomu didn't even hesitate or stall. It dropped Shigaraki and rushed towards the girls. Todoroki, wounded and gritting his teeth in pain, tried to slow the creature down, only for his ice to be broken to smithereens. What's the plan? Ochako exclaimed. Just prepare to use your quirk that thing, Izumi said. She leaned forward, her body glowing with power and lighting cracking around her. Get ready, here it comes. And came it did, appearing right in front of the two with an arm reared back. Izumi had clearly predicted the monster's movement, for she shot off and struck Nomu's head, kicking the villain's eyes before it could act. Wounded, the creature didn't appear to know what to do next and punched the air. Now, Izumi shouted. Ochako still had no idea what the rabbit girl meant, until it suddenly clicked. She found herself grinning before she jumped forward. Perhaps it was Izumi's presence, but at the moment, the brunette was sure they could pull it off, whatever it was Izumi was planning that is. Ochako slammed her hands on Nomu's stomach and gave it a might push upwards. The black-skinned villain tried to blindly grab onto the brunette, but missed by an inch. He remained still afterwards, as he floated upwards. Beneath him, a furious Izumi started glowing once again, lightning bolts racing around her. All Might would later tell Izumi what he saw that day. All over the little bunny, All Might saw lightning bolts of different colors racing around her body. There were 8 colors that jumped around her, all of which coalesced in one final bright light. The rabbit girl shone like a small sun and, then, she kicked off. All eyes stared, barely comprehending what was happening as the tiny rabbit disappeared from the ground. For a brief moment, there was no cute fluffy bunny. Instead, there was an actual lightning smashing against the helpless Nomu. Infinity, Izumi's voice echoed across the USJ, kick. Jaws dropped, eyes widened, and more than one person released a string of colorful words. Nomu had no such reaction. The big creature was propelled like a cannonball towards the USJ ceiling and slammed into it. However, mortar and stone couldn't hope to stop the force of such accelerated mass, and Nomu burst right out of the USJ, leaving a huge gaping hole. Off to the sky went Nomu, up and up he flew without gravity to slow him down. And that was how Nomu, the weapon that would allegedly bring All Might down, was sent straight to infinity and beyond. Back inside the USJ, Izumi fell from high above, swearing at the pain in her legs. They were broken, and they burned like crazy. In fact, it felt as if her muscles were on fire. She couldn't think of anything as she fell. Izumi was about to crash on the USJ floor, only for someone to intervene. A pair of arms caught her, and a sense of weightlessness flooded her senses. Izumi blinked before she looked up at the face of her savior. Chocolate eyes shone with happiness and Izumi's own amethyst eyes glimmered with joy. "You should stop dropping off the sky, you know. Joke Ochako. I don't think it's a good habit." Cradled in the brunette's arms and against Ochako's rather comfortable bosom, Izumi chuckled. Yeah, she wasn't the only one remembering the entrance exam. Any other moment Izumi would have blushed at being held so intimately by Ochako, but at the moment, Izumi couldn't be any happier, pained legs notwithstanding. "Well, there is someone who will always catch me," rebutted Izumi. She winced at the pain of her legs, but kept smiling. Yep, it hurt like hell, but then again, Izumi really wanted to enjoy the moment. Izumi then buried her head against Ochako's neck, enjoying the brunette's warmth. Ochako, in turn, placed her own head against Izumi. Not far from the pair, a certain villain was dumbstruck staring at the girls. "No, no, no," screeched Shigaraki. He glared at the stupid bubbly girl and the ridiculously stupid rabbit girl. His plans, destroyed by those girls. The shame, how was he supposed to ever speak to the master after his failure? No, not failure. All Might would have to wait. Those two girls were going down right away. Without thinking, he rose and shot straight towards Ochako and Izumi. They failed to notice him at first. Before Shigaraki noticed the rabbit girl's ears perk up and her head immediately snapped towards her. He smirked. Too late. The other students were shouting and moving, trying to help, but again, it was too late. Shigaraki raised his hands, a long creepy smile baring his teeth. His eyes shone with malicious mirth. Vengeance was at the tip of his hands. He was there, hands looming over their stupid faces. Suddenly, Izumi's form shifted and morphed. Ochako didn't let go of the rabbit girl, but she did stare, confused. Shigaraki's eyes widened. Such was the surprise to what he was seeing, that he almost stopped his charge right then at there to stare like an idiot. Almost. Still, how could he not be surprised? A mere feet away, instead of the stupid rabbit girl, there was a boy. Well, a furious angry boy that was raising a hand towards him, a hand that was glowing with bright veins as a matter of fact. "Delaware," growled the green-haired boy. Ochako held him, glancing between the two, unsure what was about to happen. Smash. It was a hand flicker. A small simple flicker of his fingers. And yet, it was somehow enough to produce a gust of wind that lifted Shigaraki off his feet and backwards. Perhaps it was the shock, or maybe his second flight experience had come a tad too sudden for him. But Shigaraki couldn't help but release a pitiful screech of fear as his body rose high into the ground and spun under the strong wind. His dread rose as he saw the incoming ground. Shigaraki never made it the floor, however. A pillar of ice shot off from a side and caught him midair, mere inches from the floor. Shigaraki blinked, momentarily dumbfounded, before he discovered that most of his body had been encased in ice, his hands and head being the sole exception. To make matters worse, he saw people starting to surround him. Tokiyami, Kota and Shoji kept an eye on him, glaring at the villain. Shigaraki glared back at them, before releasing one helpless scream of fury. He had been, unfortunately, captured by the snot-nosed brats. Not far from them, Kurogiri would have moved to assist his charge hadn't he been interrupted by a loud explosion behind him and something crashed straight onto him. Kurogiri groaned as he was slammed onto the ground. With a strange feeling of déjà vu, he glanced up, only to find the choleric form of Bakugo. "Go on, Mother Beeper, make my day," growled the blonde. "I had one beeping hell of day, so don't tempt me or I'll blow you to beeping pieces." As if to make a point, Kurogiri saw how Bakugo's hands sizzled. The villain glanced at the captured Shigaraki before slumping down on the ground. Just as he had feared, they had been beaten. The now recovering villains watched in abject horror. Their means of escape had been neutralized, their leader had been beaten and the one thing that was promised to defeat All Might himself had been sent into infinity and beyond. Yep, they were screwed. "Let's bolt," one of the villains said. However, a powerful gust of wind pulled them all back. It was a brief moment, but enough to make the running villains stop dead on their feet and turn to the source. To their horror, a furious pro-hero 13 who had a limp and was being helped by Zero, looked at them, accompanied by a small army of Class 1A students. The wall of ice that Todoroki had first created had been swallowed whole by the pro-hero's black hole, making all the villains far wearier of her power. "Oh no, you won't," growled 13. "Stay where you are or I swear I will swallow you to oblivion." The villains did the smart thing and raised their hands in surrender. Ochako and Izuku grinned, only for Izuku to wince, his legs and now finger hurting. He reverted back to his Izumi form. The brunette looked worriedly at Izumi, but the bunny girl replied with a bright smile. Before long, the two grinned, relief once again seeping in their blood. They couldn't believe it. After what looked like a disastrous day, they had endured and prevailed. Not only that, but the two had succeeded in raising up to the challenge. They looked at each other, basking on the other's joy. The euphoria of the moment filled their vessels. It was in the passion of victory that Izumi failed to react. She stared at Ochako. Ochako stared back at her, and, before they knew it, their faces moved towards each other. Their lips met and their heads, once drumming with the exhilaration of triumph, pumped harder the ecstasy. Of all things, Izumi didn't expect her first kiss to happen in her rabbit form, but she really didn't mind that much. Izumi felt her ears drop down as she felt her body melt in the moment. Ochako, on the other hand, moved a hand down her waist. Izumi might have squeaked at feeling hands grasping her so intimately, were it not for Ochako who deepened them the kiss. Izumi wrapped her own arms around Ochako's neck and, locked in each other's embrace, the two forgot all around them. Heck, Izumi forgot all about her tattered limbs. They ignored the whistling and cheering from their fellow classmates. Even a suffering Maruko had enough strength to add a whistle of her own. The rabbit girl had never been happier than in that moment. Poof. And just like that, the moment was broken, and both kissing girls pried their faces from each other and snapped their heads to a side. They weren't the only one. Watching with gaping jaws and wide eyes, Class 1A could only stare at the man that knelt where All Might used to be. Toshinori Yagi, in all of skeletal decrepit form, managed to say. He glanced around, before sheepishly scratching his neck. Well, this is awkward. There had always been a misconception when it came to saving people. For most, it was generally a lively experience that was resolved quickly enough. Something happens, hero steps in and removes the victims from the situation and then everyone is back to normal. Of course, reality was a different matter altogether. Then again, the aftermath, sticking around to make sure the rescued individuals are all right, try to calm down survivors, witnesses and saved people alike and checking that the situation was indeed under control, was perhaps too boring for the public. At the moment, however, All Might wished he could just make a swift escape from USJ. Sadly, he was stuck as Toshinori Yagi. True, he wouldn't have abandoned the troubled and traumatized UA students outside the USJ while they waited for the police and paramedics, but All Might really wished he could be anywhere but there. Being stuck with 20 students, all of them with the same question in their gazes, didn't really suit him, not when one of his biggest secrets had just come out. UA had responded swiftly enough. By the time All Might had managed to lead the students to an emergency exit, UA teachers had shown up for cleanup. Apparently, Nezu had suspected something had been up when no one at the USJ responded to his calls. Sadly, he had realized a tad too late. All that they had to do now was wait, and boy, the paramedics and police couldn't come quick enough. Seated or standing at the steps of the USJ, All Might tried to ignore the inquisitive stares from his students. So, Ashido started saying, looking around. What a day, huh? I guess we are all tired, am I right? No one commented on that. At least some of us are happy, remarked Jiro, smirking to a certain rabbit girl. Izumi was being held like a plushie by Ochako. The rabbit girl had been gently placed on the brunette's lap, where Ochako proceeded to scratch and pet the injured Izumi. Although poor Izumi did wince every now or then when she moved her legs ever so slightly, she looked lost in a happy world of her own under Ochako's ministrations. The brunette, on her part, had a wide smile and happily tended to the rabbit girl. All in all, both girls ignored their classmates. The students awkwardly glanced at a weakened All Might, who sat by the steps a short distance away from the class. He looked beat, and it was definitely a tad disturbing just how thin he looked for the teenagers, especially when compared to his hero form. All Might, would you mind telling us, EHM? Mumbled an unsure Ojiro. You know what this is all about, EHM. He trailed off, unsure how to continue. In fact, none of the students knew how to address All Might. They all shuffled on their feet or twiddled their thumbs, unwilling to be the first to bluntly ask the question that gnawed on all of them. Well, except for one person, that is. All Might, I think we are owed an explanation, Todoroki stated. Even if he sounded sure, All Might could almost hear the hesitation. The other students were pretty much like him, curious yet hesitant. They weren't sure they wanted to know. All Might looked at their faces. It pained him nearly as badly as his old injury. Those were the faces of people losing hope, with fear gripping their hearts. All Might clenched his fists, feeling shame in his gut. He had failed at maintaining his secret, and now the young aspiring heroes might lose confidence because of it. Guys, now isn't the time, said Yaoyorozu. She's correct. We will have more than enough time to discuss the matter at hand. As of now, it has been a long trying day and we should focus on recuperating, Iida added. While more than one fellow student didn't appear to want to press the issue, they kept warily glancing at All Might. It couldn't be helped. They were still reeling at the revelation. All Might sighed. He had feared the day would come he would have to explain himself. If only it had been delayed a bit longer. No, I think you deserve to learn the truth, the pro-hero tiredly said. Might as well be now. Don't feel pressured, sir. We are just, shocked, that's all, Kirishima hesitantly said. It's all right. I understand the gravity of the situation, sighed All Might. The truth is, I was going to have to tell you sooner or later. Clearly, I didn't expect for villains to bring out such a challenging opponent as Nomu. You have an injury on your left side, don't you? Tokiyami stated. How did? All Might asked, confused. The bird creature kept punching you there, Shoji said in his friend's stead. All Might grimaced. He hadn't expected teenagers to be so observant. You were correct, All Might confessed. And it is that same injury which has made it harder to maintain the form you all know. So you could always change? Asked Yaoyorozu, blinking in surprise. How do you believe I managed to maintain my true identity secret? I could always hold my hero form as long as I needed, but All Might trailed off. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, but an incident happened and, since then, I've been rendered unable to hold the form you've come accustomed to for long, each year being able to hold it less than the previous one. The students were having a hard time digesting the truth. In fact, denial remained etched on their faces, if not outright confusion and disbelief. How could they not remain skeptical? They had long believed that All Might was invincible, the eternal guardian. A world without him wasn't really a world they were willing to even imagine. How long have you? Kaminari suddenly asked. There was a long somber moment of silence in which the students nervously shuffled on their feet. Most weren't sure they wanted to learn more about All Might's ailment. 6 years, All Might confessed, looking weary. You've been losing your power for 6 years. Squawked Mineta. All Might nodded. I couldn't quit, Nor could I tell anybody, All Might said. If I wavered for one moment, villains would have felt emboldened. Who else knows, sir? Aside from the faculty, that is, Yaoyorozu asked with a frown. Are the heroes preparing for when you, retire? And that was the question, wasn't it? She might have as well been plain about it. What was going to happen once All Might was gone? Yeah, the government is doing something, right? I mean, no offense, but you fill some big shoes, remarked Zero. Like crazy big, added Kaminari. You were the symbol of peace and all of that. Endeavor won't be able to stand up to the challenge, bitterly stated Todoroki. There was a long awkward silence in which none of the students wanted to even touch on Todoroki's troubled relationship with his father. No one missed the way he addressed his own father by his hero name rather than any other way. The lack of belief in his own father was also telling. All Might wasn't sure what to tell the students. He didn't want to lie, not that he had that much room to do so, but at the same time he didn't want to give the impression the future was looking bleak even if, technically, it was. A world without a symbol of peace like All Might was one. Thankfully, Bakugo decided to throw one of his rants. Who gives a damn? Shouted Bakugo. All Might is close to retirement. So what? He was freaking going to kick the bucket sooner or later. What? You thought All Might would stick around forever? By the guilty looks on everyone's faces, All Might had the impression that no one had envisioned a future without him. Pathetic, spat Bakugo. Lucky for you, I'm going to make it to the top and be the next #1 hero so you losers can play hero all you want. In your dreams, Bakugo, growled Todoroki. Oh yeah, icy hot. You think you'll beat me? Grinned Bakugo, fire in his eyes. The wintry glare from Todoroki clashed against the burning amused face of Bakugo, and All Might could have sworn bolts of static started to appear from all the friction between the two. PFF'd. Yeah, as if. Ashido chuckled. You two aren't exactly weak, but we all know who is going to fill All Might's spot, right? It seemed almost instinctual the way everyone turned to Izumi, who in turn blinked at them, finally broken from her stupor. She looked around, confused. What? Wondered the rabbit girl. We were talking about how you are going to be the next symbol of peace like your dad, Hagakure casually added. Well, I do want to be the next sim. Hold on, he's not my dad. Izumi protested. You can drop the act, Izumi, Ojiro chuckled. But it's the truth, Izumi insisted. Really, you both have almost identical super strength. Heck, when you go super strong you both have those glowing veins all over your skin, pointed out Zero. And now we know both of you have shape-shifting abilities. The other students all nodded, certain that they had finally confirmed what they had probably suspected for ages. Once again, it was none other than Bakugo that managed to step in and change the course of the conversation. He's not All Might's kid, Bakugo scoffed. How can you be so sure? Kirishima wondered. I grew up with him, retorted Bakugo. He glared at Izumi, who in turn raised an eyebrow in return. Went to the same school as Deku. Deku, wait, where did I hear? Oh. Hagakure gasped before snapping her head towards Izumi. You were that guy you mentioned all along. The girls, who had been a bit troubled by the tale of bullying of the quirkless kid that Izumi knew, all stared wide-eyed. Izumi offered a strained smile and nodded. I still can't believe it, Izumi can turn into a dude, Kirishima said. Man, that's crazy, added Zero. Of course, Iida, being Iida, had to loudly intervene. Such a fact does not change who Izumi is, Iida stated. Wow, ease down, Iida. I didn't mean anything by it, Zero hastily added. Before Class 1A was about to be forced to hear one of Iida's long-winded lectures regarding morality and whatnot, the paramedics and police rolled up. The students didn't get much of a chance to talk after that. The entire place was suddenly packed with people and the teenagers were guided away. First they were checked by paramedics, then the police started interviewing and getting quick statements from the students. By the looks of it, the day was far from over. Izuku was actually surprised when he was taken to a hospital. Perhaps he had gotten used to the idea of recovery girls swooping in to quickly heal him. In any case, the fact remained that paramedics took him for an emergency checkup. Hours later he would be told that recovery had been unavailable and would show up the following days. Hence, Izuku spent a weird night at the hospital. After all that had happened that day, he was restless. He thought over the roller coaster that had been the visit to the USJ. It had started with Bakugo somehow exposing his little secret, followed by an invasion of villains, fighting said villains, and then win the day by kicking that Nomu thing's butt to Kingdom Come. Oh, and he had kissed Ochako. Izuku might have injured legs, but he couldn't help but grin. He had kissed a girl. That was crazy. Way crazier than actually saving the day. Was it wrong to be happier and more exhilarated about that tiny moment with Ochako than anything else? The memory of their lips locked together, Ochako's warm breath and her body heat press against Izuku, it all consumed him. Of course, nothing lasts forever, and soon enough, his mind inevitably started going over some harsh realities, or rather a particular situation at hand. His classmates knew that Izumi could switch to a boy's form, and maybe that she actually had been a boy up until very recently. Izuku worried that his classmates would change their opinion about him, or rather Izumi. Would they treat him like a creep? Would they call him names? Echoes of his former schoolmates came back to haunt him. This time, however, Izuku dismissed their words and pushed them down. It didn't matter if Class 1A wouldn't accept him. Ochako didn't care and remained steadfast on his side, so Izuku couldn't care less about the others, although he really hoped they wouldn't treat him any different. At some point, in all of his overthinking, he fell asleep. He clearly had been more tired than he had thought, for he would later swear it wasn't that late when he fell asleep. Then again, he had had a busy day, so it was expected of him to be dead tired. When Izuku woke up, it was with the most pleasant of surprises. "Hey, sleepyhead," Ochako called, poking at him. Hey," stammered Izuku, blinking. This wasn't a dream, was it? No. The sun was pouring in from the window to his left all while Ochako stood on his bed's left, her back towards the door. She grinned at him. "Finally. I had been poking at you for ages," Ochako laughed. Izuku just smiled. "Sorry about that," mumbled Izuku. He glanced at her clothes. "Wait, shouldn't you be in school or?" Ochako burst out laughing at that. "Really? School? Izuku, we were attacked by villains yesterday. You can't hope students to just recover and carry on like nothing happened," Ochako giggled. "Aizawa decided to give us a few days off." Izuku frowned, only to gasp. "Aizawa, is he all right? How is he doing?" Izuku asked. Ochako chuckled. "He's fine," she said. "Grumpy as always. Just came from seeing him. He and Maruko are down the corridor actually, and they are in a real foul mood, especially Maruko. She really doesn't like hospitals." "Who does?" Izuku said with a playful smile. "That said, I didn't think Aizawa would ever give days off." "Well, he was hit hard on the head," Ochako joked. The two chuckled, only to feel guilt and grimace. As funny as it was that their stern and scary homeroom teacher had allowed for some respite, they couldn't forget the state the man was thanks to the Nomu creature. "That might have been a bit low," Ochako sighed. She turned towards him and grinned. "But enough of that. How are you doing?" Ochako tentatively asked. "I thought Recovery Girl would have already healed you." "So did I," Izuku replied. "She is busy with something else, or she wants me to suffer a bit." "Recovery Girl wouldn't want that," Ochako giggled. Izuku doubted that as well, but it was fun to think of the old school nurse being grumpy at Izuku. "By the way, Izuku, the others wanted to pay a visit," Ochako said. "Others?" Izuku asked. His blood run cold. His classmates. Oh god, it was already happening. "Guys, he's up. You can come in," Ochako called before Izuku could beg otherwise. And just like that, the door opened and in marched the visitors. "Hey Izumi." Izuku blinked over and yet he still couldn't believe what he was seeing. "Guys?" he asked, confused. Marching into the room and almost crowding around him were his classmates. Almost all of them actually. They were all smiling and cheerful, glad to see him. It took him quite a bit to realize that he wasn't actually in the Izumi form, what was baffling by itself, and yet they seemed quite warm and mirthful in his presence. That was a first. "Wow, so that's your boy form, huh? A bit plain," Hagakure remarked. I had no idea you had green hair, said a wide-eyed Kaminari. That's what surprises you, Jiro chuckled. I like that shade of green, Ribbit, bluntly stated Asui. Tokiyami and Shoji, ever the silent ones, only hummed and nodded for whatever reason. Those two were a surprise by themselves, but even Kota had shown up. Everyone, remember, this is a hospital, to let us try not to cause a ruckus, exclaimed the enthusiastic Iida. His classmates all sweat dropped in response. Izuku turned to Ochako, who sheepishly smiled at him. I guess everyone wanted to see if you were all right, Ochako innocently said. Hell yeah, after you were all manly and kicked that Nomu whatever's butt, we had to at least come, right? Kirishima said. And hey, see what we got you. To Izuku's mounting surprise, his classmates had brought a few gifts. They had brought a few so-called healthy snacks like apples and pears, an idea from Iida, a cake from Sato, a get better card signed by everyone which had a cartoony rabbit, a memory stick with music courtesy of Jiro, another memory stick with video games allegedly. Izuku wasn't sure if he trusted the content of that stick coming from Kaminari, Mineta and Siro, and a book about heroes. Ochako told me you were something of a hero fan, Yaoyorozu said, handing over the book. Izuku stared at the book that had been dropped on his lap, ready to squeal like a fanboy. Ochako laughed at that. Yaoyorozu looked confused at Izuku's lack of verbal response. Don't mind him, he's a bit dorky as Izuku, Ochako joked. Izuku, however, was far more dumbstruck by the fact that his classmates appeared rather nice. He was in his Izuku form and they all appeared unbothered. Well, a few did stare at him, but it was more in surprise and amusement than anything else. It was so odd. Regardless, it made Izuku's heart clench. Hey, are you all right? Ochako asked. Izuku managed to smile and nod. He was very proud by the fact he hadn't started crying yet. That one was a miracle. Why yeah, he managed to say. So man, how are you doing? Kirishima asked. I am surprised you aren't up and running already. Izuku could only smile sheepishly at that. I might have gotten overboard with my quirk, said Izuku. Hey, did you do that to yourself yesterday? Hagakuri asked, pointing at Izuku's scarred arm. Ah, this. And not really. It happened when I tried to use my power. I was being reckless, said Izuku. Damn, I had no idea your quirk could cause such a mess, said Kaminari. He grinned. Guess I am not the only one that needs to be careful, huh? Yeah right, scoffed Jiro. She smirked. At least Izumi doesn't go all way. Izuku and everyone else laughed as Jiro pulled a dumb-looking face and gave thumbs up all while repeating the word, way. I think I'll take going numb a few minutes instead of this, Izuku said, gesturing at his legs. He looked at the sparkling Aoyama at the back. That or a stomachache. Hun hun hun, could be heard in the crowd. Izuku turned to his classmates. He was rather touched by their presence there. To think he went from a quirkless loner to a rather popular member of a class of heroes. Huh, life sure had its unexpected changes, didn't it? I am glad you didn't have to hide your secret for long, Yaoyorozu said with a genuine smile. Kyoka and I worried that it would only make it harder when the truth finally came out. Izuku nodded, only to freeze. Hold up, did that mean that? Wait, you knew, Izuku squeaked, shocked. Yeah, Jiro replied, looking away. She was grinning from ear to ear. Momo warned me the anti-pervert countermeasures were activated on the roof, so we went to check. And, well, we kind of saw you and stayed to listen for a while, Yaoyorozu finished. You have anti-pervert countermeasures? Mineta shouted. Why would you need that? The girls glared at him. To his credit, he sheepishly smiled and cautiously stepped away from the angry females. I knew as well, proclaimed Ashido. Wah, Izumi asked in disbelief. Really? Ochako wondered, baffled. Yes, she might have shown up too, Jiro sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. We still aren't sure why. I've told you already. Intuition. I knew something was going on at the roof. Ashido laughed. But wait, how did it stay a secret then? Wondered Ochako. Hey, I can keep secrets. Ashido replied, offended. The rest of the class, however, hummed in thought, much to the pink-skinned girl's chagrin. Ashido pouted but didn't say anything more. It's good to see you, man, Sato said, looking far more sober than the day before. You wiped that Nomu guy off the face of the earth. Yeah, it was amazing, Mineta added, jumping to try and stick out from his far taller classmates. Our resident rabbit girl sure packs a mean kick, laughed Zero. Izuku blushed, embarrassed at the attention and praise. I had some help, mumbled Izuku. He glanced at Ochako, who blushed and averted her eyes. Ah, isn't that adorable? Teased Ashido. The first-class couple. Oh yeah, finally, I knew there was something going on between you two. It wasn't that obvious, spluttered a red-faced Ochako. Aha, right, deadpanned their fellow classmates. It was more than evident, Tokiyami stated matter-of-factly, with Shoji nodding behind him. Izuku and Ochako hid their burning hot faces out of sheer embarrassment. Had they been crushing that badly on each other? I thought it was just a good friendship, pouted Yaoyorozu. You just wanted to have our rabbit girl all for yourself, teased Jiro. And I still do, grumbled the despondent Yaoyorozu. The rest of the morning went on in the same vein. Class 1A joked around, praised Ochako and Izumi a bit more, before asking questions about Izuku. They were all sincere in their curiosity and, more importantly, friendly. It was better than Izuku would have expected. In the end, the class decided to leave and give another visit to Aizawa. Apparently, Kaminari and Mineta were suicidal enough to consider even teasing the man. Thus, after a while, it was only Ochako and Izuku who remained. It didn't help that Ashido gave them teasing thumbs up and Jiro made a passing joke about the two trying to be quiet if they did anything. The brunette sat on Izuku's bed, blushing and looking at her lap. So, Ochako started. The two looked at each other, unsure how to begin. What are you going to do? Ochako wondered. To do, Izuku repeated with a frown. Yeah, nodded Ochako. Now that the secret is out, you don't need to stick to Izumi. Izuku blinked, surprised he hadn't realized that. It was true, wasn't it? Why should he keep up the act with Izumi? He could be back to Izuku and perhaps be Izumi if needed. You could move to the boys' dorm, I guess, Ochako stated. I think I'll be Izumi for now, Izuku decided. Ochako stared at him, surprised. Really? But I thought you wanted to go back as a boy. You said you used to be only Izuku until a few months back, Ochako said. Izuku grinned. I think I kind of like being Izumi, and you're right, I have been Izuku for nearly 15 years now. I guess I need to catch up with Izumi, right? Izuku laughed. And think about it, I would need to go over moving my staff, getting used to new dorm mates, change my costume. He shrugged. I think I'll pass, Izuku said. Ochako bit her lip and looked at her lip. This isn't because you, Ochako glanced at Izuku, her face burning with a blush. Izuku wasn't sure what she meant. You know, us, Izumi and me, Ochako spluttered. It suddenly dawned to Izuku that the two had actually kissed and shared quite a nice moment and, thus, were at a step above friend. As expected, it was Izuku's turn to have a crimson face. Yes, that, Izuku stammered. He shook his head. No, I mean, maybe I do want to be together with you, Izuku said. I guess you aren't into boys, huh? Trust me, that was one hell of a shock, Ochako joked. The two chuckled. I am serious, Infinity Girl, Izuku said. I want to be Izumi and not just to, be together. Ochako frowned only to smile. Fine, but promise me you'll be Izuku too, alright? The brunette asked. I might not be into boys, but you are still my friend, no matter the form, and I want to keep it that way. Izuku knew he was going to cry right then and there. It was a miracle he hadn't started the waterfalls already with all that had happened. So, Ochako started once again. She bit her lips, looking giddy. Izumi and me, are we? An item. It was Izumi who responded, grabbing her hand and giving her one of her confident toothy grins. You bet we are. Izumi laughed. Ochako laughed as well, before leaning forward and kissing the rabbit girl. Apparently, she had been meaning to for a while. Life sure had its unexpected changes. Speaking of changes, Izumi couldn't help but think about her mentor and reason behind all the madness. I wonder how All Might is faring, Izumi pondered, before Ochako deepened their kiss and the rabbit girl forgot all about the world around her. As it so happened, All Might wasn't faring well. Oh, he had company all right, and good friends at that. The problem was that given the circumstances, his present company wasn't exactly comforting. You were foolish and reckless. A grumpy old man huffed and puffed while smacking Toshinori's head with a cane. To allow such a secret to show like that, I should be dragging you to a back alley and reminding you a few lessons you've clearly forgot. Toshinori, even bedridden and still recuperating, could do little to stop the onslaught from his old mentor, Gran Torino. Short and grizzly old, he had pale white hair and beard, all while clad in a white costume with a yellow cape. He looked to be well past his age of retirement, yet still managed to remain energetic and strong. To make matters worse, Gran Torino wasn't alone. It was most irresponsible and dangerous, none other than All Might's former sidekick, Sir Night-Eye, angrily stated while adjusting his glasses. Dressed as any salary man, Night-Eye was tall and deceptively lean with sharp and elongated features. All Might knew that Night-Eye was far more muscular than he let on with his attire. His green hair stood out with its golden streaks, as did his cold stoic expression. "Please guys, give him a break," said a man behind them. He was a tall average-looking man, who so happened to be one of the greatest inventors of their age, David Shield. He had small sky-blue eyes and short, unruly honey-brown hair with two prominent tufts curving outwards from the top of his forehead, a short goatee on his chin and wide-rimmed square glasses on his face. Even though he was a renowned engineer, David's words went ignored. "I taught you better than this, damn it," Gran Torino scoffed, giving Toshinori another smack with his cane. Gran Torino relented after all and stepped away from the weakened hero. "Let us be fair here," David said. "These guys clearly knew about All Might's injury. That means only one thing. Let us not jump to conclusions," Gran Torino grunted. "He is dead. I saw the bloody body. And the underworld has been far quieter since," added Night-Eye. "Yes, but this Nomu creature you mentioned," David trailed off, scratching his neck. "It had multiple quirks. It looked like it. There are many quirks that appear to provide multiple abilities, especially mutant types," Night-Eye insisted. "And what about the fact of the Dark Portal villain? There is no known quirk or person who has a quirk like that. This Nomu guy doesn't appear anywhere in the registry, either," said David. He looked at the heroes. They all averted their eyes, unwilling to concede the horrible possibility that David was right. In all truth, they had all suspected what David was alluding to. However, denial was all they had. To face against such a foe once again, it was beyond terrifying. "We need to face it and deal with the truth," David stated. "And for that, we must consider the possibility that..." He took a deep breath. He was pale and sweaty. He didn't like the possibility any more than his friend. "All for One is alive," David finished. Gran Torino punched a wall, furious. How is it possible?" Gran Torino shouted. "With all the quirks he has accumulated, there was always a chance, no matter how unlikely," muttered Night-Eye. He adjusted his glasses, regaining an air of professionalism. "We need to prepare your successor, All Might. She did admirably against that Nomu creature," Gran Torino said, smiling with fondness. "Kind of reminded me a bit to Nana." All Might smiled at that. Yes, Izumi did remind him of his predecessor at times. "Admirably. Won't cut it, not against All for One," Night-Eye dryly stated. "No, it won't," Gran Torino gravely said. "We need to up her training." All Might grimaced and turned towards David. "Did you manage to get any readings on my power levels?" he asked. "Yes," David replied. He looked pained. All Might knew that whatever his old friend had tell him wouldn't be any good. He knew that himself already. He could actually feel it. His power, one for all, already down from what it used to be. "I don't have that long, huh?" All Might asked with a weary sigh. He shook his head, despondent. The mood in the room grew somber. "We all knew it was going to happen. My power has already been in decline for a while, and now that I no longer have it, It was bound to accelerate, All Might stated. He looked straight at David's shield. It was time to hear the full diagnosis. How bad is it? David's shield grimaced. All Might mentally swore. It was probably worse than he had first expected. If there was somewhere Bakugo didn't want to be, it sure was the hospital. Yet there he was, dragged in by his mother. When she had heard about Deku's state and the whole USJ ordeal, she had pretty much kicked him to the hospital. Oddly enough, both his parents decided to go as well for some kind of checkup or whatever. Bakugo didn't care. The fact he was taken to the damned hospital of all things was enough. Instead of going straight to Deku, Katsuki's parents went and did their own thing, whatever that was, and pretty much urged him to visit the nerd. He did walk off, but the last thing he wanted was to deal with Deku. Thus, he decided to waste time wandering around. To his chagrin, he was unable to escape his stupid classmates. They crowded a corridor, and before he could make a swift escape, he was spotted. Worse, they actually approached him. "Yo Bakugo, what a surprise," Shitty Hair called with a grin. "Came to check on Izumi." "No," scoffed Katsuki. "Then why are you here, man?" Tape Arms asked with a smirk. Katsuki scowled at the idiots. He was not about to admit his mother dragged him in. "Hey, Bakugo, you knew Izumi, right?" the perverted midget asked. "Yeah, what about it?" muttered Katsuki. He glanced around for an escape route. He was not going to hang around those losers if he could help it. "Just curious. I can't believe such a super cute girl can turn into a boy. I mean, is that considered a trap or what?" the perverted midget wondered, looking lost and confused. "You and your questions," chuckled Electro-Dolt, giving a reassuring pat to the midget. "Hey man, speaking of which, how was Izumi during middle school?" Shitty Hair wondered. Katsuki gritted his teeth. Why did they care so much about that nerd? Worse, why were they acting so normal? Well, normal in their loser way of being, of course. "Annoying," grunted Katsuki. He was a creep that spent his time muttering to himself in the back of the class. That and wasting his time stalking heroes. "Seriously, Izumi?" asked one of the extras in disbelief. "Izumi is nothing like that." Katsuki would have ranted just how much of a nerd Deku was, and no matter whatever exterior he had, he would always be the same useless shitty nerd. However, recent experience had made Katsuki reconsider a bit. It seemed that differently from Deku, the stupid bunny had a spine. Figures that Deku would grow some balls when he turns into a chick, Katsuki mentally huffed with a certain degree of amusement. "No, she isn't, but that must be Deku posing," Katsuki muttered. "What's with that name?" the tailed extra asked. "Yeah, you keep on repeating it," trailed off Tape Arms. "It's nothing," Katsuki spat. "Really? Because it sounds like an insult to me," Shitty Hair pointed out. "And that isn't manly." "Neither is Deku," huffed Katsuki with a smirk, only to add offhandedly, "never expected him to be a tranny." "Come on man, that isn't cool," said the perverted midget. Katsuki raised an eyebrow at the little shit. After all the stupid drooling and daydreaming the midget did, now he decided to have some moral standards. "What? It's true. Deku was so useless that he needed to hide behind a cutesy furry girl form for people to like him," Katsuki said. "Didn't even have the guts to reveal himself. Can you blame him? I wouldn't be sure if I wanted to share that I could switch genders like that if I had that power," Shitty Hair said with a raised eyebrow. "Some people can be real assholes about it, and maybe Izumi wasn't feeling sure herself." "Kirishima, you are talking to Bakugo. You are kind of wasting your breath when it comes to empathy," chuckled Tails. The extras laughed and Katsuki gritted his teeth. "Yeah right, empathy. What a load of bullshit. If you had met Deku like he really is, you probably wouldn't give a damn, probably would have treated him like the creep he is," Katsuki growled. "But because she's a chick you actually care. You actually don't give a damn that he's a weird tranny." The extras didn't appear to appreciate his insults, not that Katsuki gave a damn. "Why should we care that much?" Shitty Hair asked, baffled. "It's a crazy world as it is. Someone changes genders is really mild in comparison," commented Tape Arms. "No kidding. There are way crazier quirks," added Electro-Dolt. "That's it. You hear that the stupid bunny has always been a boy and you just roll with it? Katsuki asked, unable to wrap his head around their lack of thinking. Well, in all actuality he should have realized the extras were a bit short in that department. Then again, they hadn't known Deku as he had. They had only met the stupid bunny, and even Katsuki had to admit the bunny was a far cry from the stupid nerd. Man, and you want to be a hero. Geez, I pity whoever needs saving from you, scoffed Electro Dolt. Yeah, whatever, Katsuki huffed before turning around and leaving the extras. Like he actually cared about their stupid opinion. On and on he went, aimlessly wandering across the corridors. Unfortunately, he couldn't stop thinking about what the extras had said. He really didn't give a shit about them, of course, yet their words resonated in his head, like one of those annoying songs of the radio. A part of him was really miffed about the extras' nonchalance. They just didn't care that Izumi had been lying all along. However, another part of him understood that they probably didn't really understand the full scope of Deku. They had only met Izumi, the cute fluffy bunny girl that was all smiles and confidence and power. Katsuki would reluctantly concede the bunny had some power. Those guys didn't know about the annoying nerd that would latch onto him like a creep, try to befriend him even, like an annoying parasite. Much to his own surprise, Katsuki hoped Deku stuck to the rabbit form. At least as Izumi he wasn't so damn useless. Katsuki stopped dead on his feet, surprised, before groaning and pinching the bridge of his nose. He really was exhausted if he was starting to say something remotely positive of the shitty nerd. Hey, Katsuki. Katsuki cringed. He turned around, only to see both his parents walking towards him. They were happy, and sickly so. By the lack of ruffled clothes, they had received good news instead of making out somewhere. They probably had checked on the rabbit girl. Did you check on Izuku-kun? Mitsuki asked with a wide grin. We didn't get the chance. Is he alright? Katsuki frowned. If they hadn't paid a visit to the shitty nerd, then why were they so happy? Heck, they looked excited about something. Yeah, scoffed Katsuki. Oh, no need to act so disappointed, cooed Mitsuki. I know you had a crush on Izuku-kun's rabbit form. It's a pity he's taken, isn't it? Katsuki would have retched right then and there hadn't his father stepped in. Mitsuki, chuckled Masaru. Why don't we just give him the news? Katsuki froze, his blood running cold. Oh no, news. What news? At a hospital, he stared at his parents, already feeling a knot forming in his gut. An idea popped into his mind, a horrifying, no, terrifying, idea. This couldn't be happening. Masaru and Mitsuki entwined their fingers and shared a disgusting cutesy look. Why did they have to act like teenagers? Before they looked at him. You are going to be a big brother. The two adults chorused. Katsuki just stood there. He had heard loud and clear. The words had reached the confines of his mind, yet he just remained rooted in place. Then, as all things Katsuki, he exploded. What? Katsuki screamed. Masaru sighed, shaking his head, while Mitsuki laughed her butt off. Ha! I knew you'd react like that, said Katsuki's mother. What the hell do you mean you are pregnant? Katsuki shouted. Geez, no need to scream. It's a hospital, snickered his mother only to add with mock annoyance. And what do you think it means? I am going to have a second kid. You see, when a man loves a woman. I know that, spat Katsuki. Just why? Why not? Shrugged Mitsuki, grinning. She was certainly enjoying his reaction. I might want to have a daughter, or maybe a second son. You know, I won't be this beautifully young forever, and we always wanted another kid. He wasn't sure how, but Katsuki was going to blame Deku on this. It was probably because he was all cute and shit as the stupid rabbit. That or Mitsuki didn't want her friend Inko to be the only one with a so-called daughter. This is Deku's fault, thought a choleric Katsuki. That's it, I am going to wring his neck next time I see the shitty nerd. Without a second thought, he spun around and stomped away. Hey, where are you going? Asked Masaru. Leave him. Probably needs to stew a bit, chuckled Mitsuki. Geez, he could have at least pretended to be happy. Just let it sink in, Katsuki heard his father say. I'm sure it will do him good to have a sibling. Katsuki, however, just needed to vent his frustrations and fury. Why? Why did his parents have to think about getting pregnant? Admittedly, he had feared that that would have happened at some point, but a part of him had thought it was just him being paranoid. It was as he marched off the hospital's roof, towards the railing, that he finally managed to cool off a bit. Slowly, the reality of his situation started to consolidate. I am going to be a freaking big brother, Katsuki thought, filled with an unreal feeling. Just great. First Deku goes all tranny and shit, grows a spine, and now this. What the actual beep? In any case, he remained there, fuming. Life sure wasn't going the way he wanted. Why was he so angry about his mother getting pregnant? He wasn't sure, but damn that he was pissed. He prayed none of the extras would annoy him at the moment, because he felt ready to punch someone. Unfortunately, whatever deity was upstairs was definitely trying to make Katsuki as miserable as possible. Hey, Bakugo. Katsuki turned around and, lo and behold, Deku's girlfriend had come to annoy him. Just great. What's next? What do you want? Growled Katsuki. Geez, what happened? You look angrier than usual, Round Face said. That's none of your business, spat the explosive boy. Sadly, Round Face wasn't getting the hint and instead walked over to him. He gritted his teeth and sent his best glare he could muster. She remained undaunted, glaring back at him. Look, Bakugo, I don't like you, you don't like me, Ochako said. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Way to state the obvious. I know you are one piece of work when it comes to being a decent person, and I also know how much of an asshole you were to Izuku, Ochako carried on. Of course she did. Beeping nerds and spilling their guts out, probably at a sleepover. So, I will warn you once. You mess with Izumi or Izuku, and I swear, I won't let it slide. She might be forgiving, but I am not, Ochako heatedly stated. Alright, maybe Round Face would improve his mood after all. She was being pretty hilarious and ridiculous after all. Huh, and what the hell are you going to do, Round Face? Katsuki asked. Round Face didn't respond right away. Instead, she frowned, leaned to a side and looked at something behind Katsuki. The blonde turned around, wondering what had caught the extra's attention. Seeing nothing, he looked back at her. That's when it happened. Slap. Katsuki hadn't seen it coming. He felt Round Face's hand. He felt the sting of the slap. Yet he couldn't understand what had just happened. When he did a few seconds later, he might have reacted with anger, hadn't he started floating away. Oi! What the hell? Shouted Katsuki. Round Face started leaving. Oi! Round Face, put me down. Katsuki yelled. His eyes turned to the railing, which he was slowly starting hovering over. Luckily, she stopped by the roof's entrance, before she deactivated the quirk. Katsuki landed on his knees and flexed his arms, ready to go after the extra. Round Face, in turn, turned around to face him, giving off her angriest face to date. That's for telling Izuku to throw himself off a building, Round Face spat. And my name is Ochako, asshole. And with that, she stormed off. Katsuki remained there, scowling. Just great. Fan beeping-tastic, Katsuki thought. My life has officially turned to shit. However, instead of throwing a rant, he turned to the railing, and looked down. Katsuki gritted his teeth before glaring at the entrance, where Round Face had stood. Alright, maybe it isn't all Deku's fault, Katsuki conceded. After all, even he could see that he might have been a bit stupid saying what he had back then. He had considered a bad joke at the time, yet even deep down he knew he had been a bit on the wrong. Had Deku actually killed himself due to all the bullying, Katsuki would have had to kiss his hero career goodbye. Worse, his parents would have been distraught, and so would have been Auntie Inko. His family would have suffered, and thus so would have Katsuki. Speaking of family. Damn it, I am going to be a big brother, Katsuki thought with a growl. Now he understood why it pissed him off so much. Because it now meant he would have to take good care about someone else and be better for that someone else's sake. Worse, he was starting to see that perhaps he had deserved that slap from Ochako. Detective Mayomasa Tsukauchi had his fair share of strange and unique cases. In a world of quirks and superpowers, Where each generation produced more incredible abilities, the police had to deal with increasingly stranger things. Quirks, imagination and a lack of moral values were definitely a bad combination to contend with. However, his current case had left him stumped. As he marched down his precinct, he scratched his short black hair while his rectangular eyes scanned the paper in his hand. After a while, Tsukauchi reached his destination, one of the many doors that lined up the white corridor. He took a deep breath. This case keeps getting weirder and weirder, Tsukauchi thought aloud. He walked through the door, only to find himself in a dark room. There were other detectives and police officers present, all staring at a large window that showed a brightly lit interrogation room. There, staring at them was one of Tsukauchi's new mysteries, Tamura Shigaraki. "Got any news on the other criminal?" asked one of Tsukauchi's fellow detectives. "Yeah, just came from the other villain's interrogation," said Tsukauchi. "Came straight away when the techies gave me this." He handed over the paper. The policemen all crowded to the man who held it and together they read it. "What does it mean?" asked one of the officers. Tsukauchi sighed. "It means that this Kurogiri guy, and maybe the Nomu villain, have been artificially enhanced or even created in a lab," Tsukauchi said. There was a long moment of silence. "What?" one of the men asked, shocked. "But that's impossible. I wish," Tsukauchi sighed, shaking his head. "I get how you feel. We are getting more questions rather than answers." "You are going to give the freak over there another try?" Tsukauchi reluctantly nodded. Not something he wanted, but they need to reach the bottom of that mess. If that meant dealing with a petulant man-child and try to squeeze the truth out of him, well, let it be known that Tsukauchi gave his all on the line of duty. He turned around and was about to leave, when the lights started flickering. "What the?" They all looked around, flabbergasted. Slowly, the lights started dimming. Suddenly, they were startled by their prisoner, Shigaraki, cackling. Bye, officers," laughed the villain. Tsukauchi reacted immediately. He spun around and yelled, "Secure the prisoner." The officers, even with the lights slowly fading, rushed out. Tsukauchi approached the one-way mirror, glaring at the prisoner, who was starting to rave like a lunatic. "I will remember you all, yes. I will remember your faces. I will see your faces as I kill you all. You, your families, your loved ones," cackled Shigaraki. Then, there was darkness, a faint click in the dark, and then there was light. It happened so quickly, Tsukauchi could have sworn it all happened in the blink of an eye. Yet the moment the lights returned at full force, Shigaraki was gone. Tsukauchi punched a nearby wall. Everyone else present swore or had similar reactions. The doors to the interrogation door were slammed open, before the officers that entered all looked around, confused. They tried using infrared goggles, as if the man might have become invisible, but Tsukauchi, also known as True Man, knew the truth. Shigaraki had escaped. Odds were, so had Kurogiri. What manner of quirk could have done that? Someone asked. "This is getting nuts," another person wondered. "Did anyone see anything?" The guy just blinked away. "It wasn't the other villain." "I didn't see any black mist," a third officer commented. Tsukauchi stared at where Shigaraki had been mere moments ago. Something about it all gave him very bad vibes. His gut, the same one he had used to climb up the ranks of the police and solve many cases, was telling him something was coming. "Whatever it is, I just hope we still have All Might to deal with it," thought Tsukauchi. "Or else, we are screwed." To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.